Welcome to our regular scheduled meeting. Come on in, Mona Keisha. I'm going to call it to order, and we're going to start with our invocation. We have Pastor Zach Terrell from Become Church. Come on up. Please stand with us.
Father, we thank you for Spring Hill, Kansas. It's a privilege and an honor to live and to serve here, and I pray for a blessing on our community. Lord, thank you for the growing number of people who call Spring Hill home, and I thank you for the opportunities and the challenges that we face as a growing community to honor one another, to respect each other, to be able to live in an organized way together. God, I pray for wisdom over this governing body as they make decisions that affect all of our lives, Lord. I pray that you would give grace in the decision-making process so that we might be able to have a place here that reflects the culture that you would want. God, we pray that the decisions that are made would honor you and honor one another as we choose the things that will build the future for ourselves and for many generations to come. God, we pray that it would be in Spring Hill as it is in heaven. In Jesus' name, amen.
Now we'll do the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Thrun,
I'm here.
Mrs. Crevere,
Here.
Mr. Grant,
Here.
Mr. Delgado,
Here.
Mr. Savage.
Here.
Mayor, we have a quorum present.
Thank you. Next up is our approval of the agenda. We don't have any requested changes, but it does look like we have some typographical errors. Do I need to put that on the record, Spencer, or can we just approve as presented?
You can approve it subject to the typographical error change. I guess that wasn't published, so I would say number 7. Approve it subject to the change that item number 7 should be 2026-05B. So I would just read out what typographical change is marked
Alright.
on the old
I will
agenda.
entertain that, PJ. You can tackle it.
I move to approve tonight's agenda, correcting the typographical error on the consent item number 7. The task order number should be number 2026-05B, not 26-02B.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Next up, we're going to have a quick executive session, I think, for 15 minutes.
Is that enough time? We can do less if you guys
10, I think 10 minutes is probably fine. So we'll do a quick executive session for 10 minutes, and we'll be right back. So if you like to entertain a motion.
I move the city council recess into executive session for 10 minutes to receive advice of council regarding matters of non-elected personnel pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2 of the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting will resume in the city council chambers at 7:14 p.m. No formal action is anticipated following the session. Persons to be in attendance are the following: Spencer Lau, city attorney.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Be back in a few.
brother had a widowmaker that got caught, and he was nice. And when he finally came around, self-incidentally, I went in, and he said, I just knew I wouldn't be together with this today. And they told us not to.
I always come up here last because I.
All right, let the record reflect, the governing body reconvened the open meeting at 7:14 PM. No votes were taken or decisions made during the executive session. The discussion was limited to the subject stated. All right, that moves us into announcements and reports. I don't really have any announcements. We had our last First Friday. I'll let Rhonda go through that, but it was really well attended, and I did get dunked by quite a few people, so that was fine. But outside of that, school's getting ready to start. We do have some road projects out there still going, so please be safe on the road. I think they're gonna be finishing up here soon enough. Jacob will talk about that a little bit, and well, Allison's not here, so Jacob. But outside of that, everything's going pretty good, I think. So PJ, do you have anything for us?
I'm excited to get the back to school year going. We've been cutting a lot of hair at the Barbers on the Boulevard. We've seen a lot of kids coming in really excited to get back to school. Keep in mind with your teenage drivers, please let them know that the construction is crazy. 169, we're getting closer to getting that light, but as we're crossing, getting to and from the high school, make sure they're being cautious. Consider going down to 199th, cross the light where it's much safer. Just make sure that our young drivers are getting their head back on the swivel as more and more people get on the roads in the morning. Outside of that, I got nothing.
Thanks, PJ. James?
Spring Hill Car Club has a car show Saturday, 10 to 3, early learning center. There'll be food trucks. Chief will be there with the show truck. So come out, have some food, check out the cars.
Thanks. Kendra?
I have nothing.
Ivan?
Just had a quick question about the crosswalks over there on South Street. Are they gonna be installed here soon, or have they been installed?
All right. Yeah, so I'll get started on this now. The paving, if you'll recall, we repaved Webster, and that paving work included the intersection of Webster and South Street. There were some problems with that paving that it needs to be redone. We haven't been able to get the contractor scheduled to get back in there. Knowing that asphalt is going to be torn up and redone, we didn't have them paint the crosswalks or mark the crosswalks. So they are slated for first week of September to be in to peel up the asphalt in that intersection, redo it, and then we'll follow up right behind that with the permanent pavement markings. We're going to get out and do some temporary markings in the meantime, just to kind of bridge these few weeks until that paving can get redone.
Appreciate it. That's all I got.
All right, thanks, Ivan. Mike?
No report.
All right. We'll go to the other Mike, Mike Mallon.
Thank you. Just a few quick updates on some things that are going to be upcoming in the next month. The first Community Improvement Committee meeting is scheduled for Thursday, August 20th at 6 p.m. Community Development has a few different comprehensive plan kind of kickoff sessions coming up soon. There will be a booth at the Fall Fest on Saturday, so we encourage all residents and businesses and anybody that stops by or attends that event to stop by and learn more, and we'll have some interactive exercises to help gain some feedback and get people's opinions about the future of Spring Hill and growth and development. Along those same lines, there is a joint work session between the Planning Commission and City Council, which is scheduled on September 3rd from 6 to 7, which will be kind of an initial kickoff meeting with the two bodies and the consultant and staff to help really launch this process. And then there will be a public open house on September 10th from 4 to 7 prior to that evening's meeting. So we encourage all residents to attend, and there's also some new announcements to come. We have a meeting with the consultant tomorrow, but really trying to pin down some dates for a new website to be launched. We're working on some new branding materials to really kind of set this comprehensive plan process apart from the last one. And so we've been doing quite a bit of work, and all the fruits of that work will be available to be shared. And, you know, we're really going to jump into this process publicly to get all that feedback here within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
All right, sounds great. Spencer,
No report.
Chief.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to say a big thank you to the Community National Night Out. I believe went very well. And a big thanks to those who hosted an event or our churches who hosted events. And so I thought it was a really good turnout. Also, we are doing the Giving Tree tomorrow morning at our 3 elementary schools. So we got a great response from the community also on that. And so we have lots of items to give out to our teachers to help support them during this coming school year. So we're looking forward to doing that event. It's always one of those that is fun for the department. And just to finally wrap up, just recognize a couple of officers, basically Officer Jeremy Johnson, who coordinated National Night Out. So he did a great job. Just wanted to publicly recognize him, and also publicly recognize our public safety officer, Jody Livengood, who also heads up the Giving Tree and does a lot of work to get that going. So I appreciate those two folks getting those things done.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll go to Rhonda.
Good evening. I have a couple of things. First Friday, you're right. We had our final First Friday last weekend. I think it was a great summer and super successful. We had a lot of the community out having a good time. And this last one was no exception. The theme was back to school. We had a nice crowd and a lot of kids running around. It was a good time, good music. We're looking forward to next year and having a wrap-up meeting from this summer, and we'll get planning on next year. So looking forward to that. The other thing, I had attended a meeting with the Rec Commission with the National Fitness Campaign, which is the organization involved in the fitness studio that's out here on the west side of City Hall. And we, as a community, Spring Hill has outperformed the average community our size for use of the fitness studio. An average community would have 5,000 sessions in a year. And a session is when somebody goes up and uses their phone and scans a QR code and gets the plan of how you use the fitness studio and everything. And an average is 5,000, and the city averaged 8,000 in the year. So it is well used. It also shows that using those sessions, an average community burns about 1.8 million calories a year. And in Spring Hill, we burned about 2,050,000. And by the way, that equates to 585 pounds of calorie burning activity. So if you haven't tried it out, please check out the fitness studio. And we worked with the Rec Commission to make a plan to jointly promote the use of the fitness studio, as well as use it with social media and things like that, and plan programming so that we can burn more calories and use even more sessions. So that was a good one. And that's my report.
All right, thanks, Rhonda. Glenda.
No report, thank you.
Mona Keisha.
No report.
Jacob.
Keep going on street projects.
Yeah.
The street resurfacing project is going well, wrapping up. Specifically, the UBAS, or the ultra thin asphalt process. If you'll recall, we were scheduled to do 5 neighborhoods this year. 4 of those 5 have been completed. The 5th one is underway right now, and they expect to wrap it up this weekend. So that's gone well. We've been happy with it, and look forward to continuing the use of that material. I think it's been a big improvement. And then also this year's sidewalk project on Madison, Harrison Streets. The work on Madison is they're working today. They were forming up the last block. They've poured probably 3/4 of the sidewalk on Madison, and so they'll be finishing that up here in the next few days, and then move immediately to Harrison to get to work on that. So that's been going well also.
Yeah, those the UBAS has really exceeded my expectation when we did the chip and seal years ago. that was kind of a nightmare, and this was a big change. I think it was a lot better, and we plan to try to do a lot more next year and in the coming years. The only thing I will ask is I've had a couple questions about some of the overspray and things like that, like on the curbs. Will they come back through for a cleanup on those type of things?
Yes, we're, compiling a list, and if anyone out there has, not reached out to us and, has noticed an issue in front of their home, please let us know. I have found that, so they're spraying that, it's a tack oil down before they put the material down, and that's a solid bar on the back of a truck, spraying out on a straight line, a straight stretch of street. They've done a pretty good job. It's pretty clean. On a cul-de-sac where you get those curves, and they're trying to go around the curve, but it wants to cut the corner in places, and that's where we've seen the issues. We've talked internally about some things that we can do next year in how we bid that out and what we specify. They can mask off the not necessarily with tape, but with paper, and put it down on those curves so that that overspray gets on the paper that can be discarded, as because it is really hard to get it off once it's on that concrete. Concrete's fairly porous, and you can make it better, but you can't make it like it was before.
Yeah. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Any other announcements and reports? If not, we will move into our citizen participation. We did have 3 people sign up, and we will start with Linda. And Linda, I can't read your name, so I would have you just say your name and address up at the podium, please. I don't want to butcher it.
Exactly like it looks. My name is Linda Baldorf.
Okay.
Okay?
Got it.
And I'm at 22541 South Franklin
Thank you.
in the Blackhawk Villas. And I was here last time about the fireworks. And I'm back again about the fireworks. I wanted to share with you that I've done some research, and I have some maps that show where I live, in case you don't know where the Blackhawk Villas are. And I have found that Paola and Lewisburg do not allow fireworks at all. And so in Miami County, we are the only other bigger community that's still allowing them in the city limits. Our problem is we are very close-knit where they are being lit. The apartment complexes cannot shoot them in there, so they are, and I also checked with the fire department, and the state fire department has a rule, no streets, sidewalks, or driveways. That is not what's happening up on our 226 and Franklin as you go in on the east side to the back of the apartments. That corner is, and right behind our villas is where they are being shot up on the streets, on the sidewalks. And it was from, Friday night was some, Thursday night was some, Saturday night, and I know it was the 4th, but it was from 7 until 1, constant. We couldn't even hear our TVs. I mean, it was very, very loud, and it did not let up for a minute. I mean that sincerely. It was loud bangs. People had things fall off of their shelves because it was that loud, and that affected our and we're seniors. There's assisted living right there. I'm sure that they were having a problem with their people as well. It's just not the place. It's not that we don't like fireworks, it's just not the place. It's right in our backyards, and our master bedrooms are all back there. And if you see the pictures, I mean, it's right there. And it's just not safe. We have stuff on our roofs. We have stuff on our yards. So I do have some pictures, but how many of you are familiar with the area I'm talking about?
I think a lot of us live kind of in that area.
Okay.
That Black Hawk kind of area, South Miami County side.
So anyway, because of, Paola and Lewisburg, and I know we're bigger and we're more scattered, but we are not where we live. And I don't know if there's a possibility that you could say Miami County. That would take in a lot of, you know, the senior stuff, and where we are is just too concentrated, and that's the problem. So I would like to have you look at it and think about it and consider making some kind of a rule for next year so the police can act on it. The fire department said that it's against the laws as far as they're concerned, so.
We do have a discussion item number 18 tonight, so if you stay for the whole meeting, we will have a discussion on it tonight to talk about
Okay.
this past season and future seasons.
Okay,
Okay, thank you for coming.
thank you.
Next on the list, I have Jason O'Kane.
Jason O'Kane, 18804 Skyview Lane, Foxwood Ranch. Hi. Appreciate you guys. First off, data centers. I'm joking. That's in the past. Fireworks. I'm gonna give you, I have three things in my opinion on the fireworks discussion. I think you should consider removing July 2nd. Make it 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I think that's plenty of time. 4th, if you can't do it on the 3rd, can't do it on the 3rd or 4th, do it on the 5th. I have dogs, I have small children. My children love it. I think it's a insane spectacle that Spring Hill puts on for fireworks, and it is awesome in my opinion. But there's a lot of people that take advantage of these times. July 2nd, for instance, I had people in my neighborhood at 8 a.m. go down the street from their property and light off fireworks near people that they know don't like fireworks, just to say that they could. So that brings me to my next point, is I think the time frame. 8 a.m. is early. And that's pretty much, you know, ordinance for making any noise for construction and things like that. But I think pushing that back to 11 to 11, noon to 11, I think would be more than adequate. It gives you plenty of time to shoot off fireworks in the middle of the day if you want to. The third thing is, and I don't know if this is already law or not, it's just something I thought of, is I think that they should be done on your property only. A lot of people do travel. If they don't want to do it in their property, they go to side streets, they go to other places that, you know, you could be living on a side street and you might have small children, you're not participating in it. Next thing you know, you got a whole gathering of people next to your property shooting off fireworks, and you technically can't tell them to leave. It's public property. So I think they should be limited to your property also. But otherwise, I love it. I mean, I lived in Olathe where they were banned forever, so I love it. Our neighborhood puts on a fantastic show. The other thing is that you guys have storm protection, some type of code thing coming up. Is that storm shelter related?
Storm shelters, yeah.
We talked about that before, and I explained we had a bunch of bad storms this year, and there's a lot of people out there that may not be their choice, that they don't have any type of place to go to for storm shelter stuff. So I don't know exactly what this is going to entail, so I'm curious to see, but I think that's awesome that you guys are considering that. The third topic that I wanted to talk about was, and it's not on the agenda, I apologize, but solicitors. I think that's a topic you guys have heard from people a ton. Solicitors in the neighborhoods are awful, absolutely awful. Right now, if you have a no soliciting sign, you're supposed to be like, they're not even supposed to ring your doorbell, but they do anyways. And they tell you they're not trying to sell anything, you know, to get around that, to get a response out of you. I guess they're just giving away free stuff. I don't really know. But they do that because they work in deception. About every door-to-door salesman is deceptive practices. Their whole speeches are all in deception. I know other cities do some type of registry. They offer permits, and you have a list of people, and you have to be on a permit to even solicit in the town. And then your permit can be revoked if you violate any of those rules. So might be something we can look into. I know I'm not the only one that hates the solicitors. I don't want solar panels on my house. Okay, I don't need bug spray. I'm good. The other thing is my street light. We've paid Evergy. I don't know what's going on with that, but it'd be nice to maybe talk to that rep and see what's going on with my street light. Cause it's dark. So 40 seconds, I don't know what else to talk about. So appreciate you guys, really do.
All right.
You guys are doing a great job. I think these meetings are awesome, and I love coming here, so.
Thanks for coming.
Sir.
Thanks, Jason.
Jacob, you could probably follow up with them later. Thanks. All right, next I have Sean Woods.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Sean Woods with Ashlar Homes. I'm also here to speak on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Greater Kansas City. First off, your 2018 code adoption. We met with staff. They were great to work with. We're generally in support of everything you're doing on the 2018 code adoption. You took a nice practical stance on energy, which is nice to see. That's not what a couple other jurisdictions have done, which they've been greatly penalized in their permits by doing so. So I appreciate your help in that. Mostly here tonight to talk about the storm shelter issue. I don't know if you guys are aware, but you know, in our country right now, affordability and attainability of houses is probably the largest issue in the housing industry we have right now. And 40% of the cost of a new house is attributable to government regulation. So a $400,000 house you see on the market, $160,000 of that is because of government regulation. So we could drop that price by taking all that government regulation out. The storm shelter provision you're taking up tonight is another one of those things that is just adding to the attainability of homes, that it's pushing people out of the market to where they can't afford it. My company builds homes slab on grade. We offer the option of storm shelters on every single house we build. In the last 65 slab on grades we've built, one customer has chose to take that storm shelter provision. Most of them are doing it because of the cost. Others are doing it just because, like myself, I've lived in Kansas City my entire life. Never once have I taken shelter in my basement for a storm. I currently live in a slab on grade home. My personal home is a slab on grade. I do have a storm shelter, but I've never been in it. So I'm concerned with continuing to add things on top of things on top of things that push people out of the ability to afford a new home. So the other thing I'd bring up is just like your code provision tonight, the 2018 code that you're adopting means that the houses that we're building today are much more apt to sustain the winds than houses built 10 years ago. We now have to build houses with portal frames in the garage. That whole reason for a portal frame is because typically when a tornado hits a house, the garage is what goes out. So we have provisions now where we have to build portal frames. We have to do wind loads on every single house. So we're building the house engineered with a wind load bracing design that wasn't done 10 years ago. So you're adding something on top for a consumer that we're already designing for today to try to prevent those things. So again, my concern is just affordability, and especially the consumer choice of a storm shelter. I mean, and it goes to everything. Just like the energy thing, we give a customer an energy provision upgrade if they choose to take it. Very few take it because they are wanting to get into home ownership or wanting to afford a home, and those things are going to push them out of being able to afford that house. They can always go back and add a storm shelter in the outside, underground. They can add it in the garage. It can be cut out and added later. So it's not something that has to be in that house as of today. But yeah, for the HBA especially, consumer choice is the biggest thing. We are all about upgrading codes. We're all about life safety issues, but we don't feel like that this is something that a consumer should be given the choice. And there's ways for you guys to do that. Like in Missouri right now, we have to have a waiver in every single new home contract that the customer is waiving the rights to put a sprinkler in their home. You could do the exact same thing on a storm shelter. You could say if you're building a new home with a slab, we want it in the contract that the customer was given the option and they refused it. So that, again, you're leaning on that customer choice. But I want to encourage you, the 2018 code adoption is great. Staff was great to work with, but we are always fighting for things that are gonna make homes attainable for people to actually get into them. And this is just another thing that's adding on top of that 40%, that $160,000. And it seems like not a lot, but you have $8,000 here, $2,000 there, $5,000 there. Even your 2018 code adoption, from where you sit today on codes to 2018, is probably adding somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000 to the cost of a home in Spring Hill. So you're adding that for your code adoption, and then you're adding on top of that a storm shelter provision. So I just ask that you take that into consideration, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right, that was the last person signed up for citizen participation. Was there anyone else who'd like to come up? Bill Peterman, come on up.
I wasn't going to, but this will be helpful. Thank you. Bill Peterman, 19431 West 200 Street. The guy talking about the people coming to the door all the time, the city of Spring Hill gave me a whole stack of the stickers, no soliciting, and it gives the rule number on it and everything, right? Do you still have those?
I believe we still have some.
Okay. All you have to do is put it on your door by your doorbell. You put that on there. When people come to my door and wake me up and want to sell me something, I point at that. And if they don't understand, then I take my phone and I start dialing. And the next thing you know, they're gone. They don't stick around long enough to mess with the police. So that's all you got to do. Real easy. The city gives it to you. So, thank you.
All right, thanks, Bill.
Oh, and by the way, thank you guys so much for the sidewalks and the sidewalks that you're doing. Because sidewalks are great.
Yeah.
Did you see the Blue Valley deal on TV, Channel 41?
I did, yeah.
75th Street?
Yeah, the new school.
Now, why would you want to walk on 175th Street?
They put a new school there that kids want to walk.
So they don't want to go a block around and be,
I guess not.
and it'd be nice, but
Yeah.
the city of Blue Valley is not going to be able to put a sidewalk in this year at this time. We all know it. So, and let's be honest, nobody plans ahead. That guy just proved it. Nobody plans ahead. It's cheaper to go this way, I'll go this way. And then I'll bitch at city council and say, oh, I need city storm shelters. You guys pay for it, because I couldn't afford it. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Is there anyone else that'd like to come up and speak before we close citizen participation? All right, we will move on. Thank you very much, everyone. We now have a public hearing for the MS4 Stormwater Management Plan. Who's presenting this one? Jacob? All right, do I need to open? I'm going to open the hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. So last year, the state issued a stormwater permit, specifically and I got to read this because I never get it all right. It's a mouthful. A municipal separate storm sewer system permit, also known as an MS4. The state issued this to the city based on our growing population. Larger cities have fallen under permits like this for a number of years. This wasn't something that we sought out, but rather the state issued it based on our growing size and our proximity to Hillsdale Lake. So the permit requires the city to create, implement, enforce a stormwater management program. Also, the state through that permit outlines all of the requirements, and they break it up into 6 different categories, and then they list best management practices within each category. Different practices are worth different level of points. Our plan has to include that at least that minimum number of points in each category. So that's the process that we've been going through over the last year, is trying to develop that plan. The nice thing about that process is it's kind of an a la carte list of all of those best management practices, and it lets cities make individual decisions for what their plan is going to entail. So Spring Hill's plan will not necessarily look like Gardner's, which won't look like Olathe's. So it gives cities some flexibility to choose the best management practices that best align with what each city is looking to do. this is a good one here. These are the 6 categories that I mentioned: public outreach and education, public involvement and participation, illicit discharge detection and elimination. Illicit discharges are wastes and anything going into the open waters that's not natural. So that's, can be everything from, blowing your leaves and grass clippings into an inlet, which makes its way to a body of water, paint or, household chemicals that are dumped in, spills on the roadway, things of that nature. Construction site runoff control is the 4th one. Post-construction management is the 5th, and pollution prevention, good housekeeping on municipal operations. So that's leading by example. I'm not going to read every one of these, but I've gone through each of these 6 categories and identified, or at least summarized, the best management practices that are included in our proposed plan. Like I said, they're up there. I won't read all of them, but these meet all of those qualifications. We've had staff's been working with representatives from the state, from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, on our proposed plan. I think we're in good shape. The item before, there will be an item before you later tonight to consider a resolution to approve this plan. If approved, this is the plan that we will submit to the state for consideration. Here's the second one, and if you see or have seen any of these best management practices that you have a question about or interested in more information, just let me know. The illicit discharge detection elimination, I mentioned that's those waste streams or non-storm water discharges into the storm sewer system. They can definitely present problems to both the public health and the environment. Not necessarily coincidentally, if you look at the first best management practice, there is to hold a public hearing to educate the public about illicit discharges and alternate methods. So something like this at a council meeting each year, checks that box and provides for that best management practice. So as you'll see in here, a number of these best management practices are things that we are already doing, and it's just a matter of taking credit for it or putting it in the plan and saying, yes, we are indeed committing to doing this on a regular basis. The construction site stormwater runoff control is a, in a growing community like ours, is a big one, and it's a challenge to strike that balancing act between creating an environment that is hospitable to that construction process, but also is being good stewards of the environment and making sure that construction activity doesn't have a negative impact on the surrounding area and the water in the area. Post-construction is, as the dust settles, making sure that those elements are in place to continue keeping those best management practices in even after the subdivisions are completed and people have moved in. And then finally, that pollution prevention and good housekeeping piece. So what this means going forward, if council approves this plan, we will submit it to the state for their approval. Then we will immediately begin to both perform those program elements, those best management practices, and track our, yes, we have done this, we've made this available, we've put this on our website. So we walk through that, and that will be important because each year then going forward, we will have to prepare and submit a report to the KDHE that confirms that we have performed all of those practices that we put into our plan. So it's not just enough to say, oh, yeah, here's our great plan, but every year we have to demonstrate that we are in fact following all of the elements of that plan. That is a real quick rundown of a 20+ page document, but that's the the stormwater permit and the plan that goes with it. I'm happy to answer any questions you have and also welcome any public input or comment on it as well.
I think we can start with, should we start with public comment or public input and then we can have a discussion around it? All right, is there anybody in the audience that would like to come up and make a comment or speak? If not, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, it was still turning in my head. Jason O'Kane, 18804 Skyview Lane, Foxwood Ranch. So they talked about erosion control and construction sites. And they also talked about household chemicals, accidental spills into storm waters and inlets. Like the picture he was showing was a residential construction site, like the neighborhoods that are going up all over the place. Which, you know, all those stormwater inlets are already put in before they start putting in all that stuff. It's so erosion control and stuff like that. So they showed the fence for erosion control. Not only is that important, but most of those job sites are full of chemicals all over the yards. Paint buckets, caulking, nails, debris, construction stuff. They use the yards as pretty much a trash can. Which when it rains, all that stuff is going into stormwater. So maybe something about maybe cleaning up, making sure stuff like that in the neighborhoods is being taken care of. I know my construction house, I had to ask my contractor when I was moving in if they could please clean up my yard. They weren't going to do it. I had to ask them. The neighbors had to ask them. Apparently that's not built into a $500,000 budget. They treat the neighborhoods like crap while they're building them. They don't care about anything until the very end. So maybe something like that for stormwater would be probably appropriate, because I'm sure those are probably dumping in quite a bit of chemicals into those inlets. So.
I'm not sure, Jacob, can you address any of those or anybody? I know that we have quite a few folks in the stands here.
I'm gonna sit down though.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, I'll back up here to the construction site. That third bullet point, the third best management practice, calls for us to establish effective requirements for construction sites to control waste, and it lists several of those, much like Jason was mentioning, the discarded building materials, the chemicals, just general litter, sanitary waste, requiring that there be, a portable toilet on every job site, things like that. One of the things I failed to mention earlier is you will see in the coming months, over the next several meetings, you'll see a lot of resolutions, ordinances coming forward that will be related to this, and it's putting these requirements in place that are outlined in this plan. So we need to have both the state and the plan requires it, but also just to be effective, we need to have some teeth behind it. So it's not enough to simply have a plan, but we need to get the ordinances in place so that we can make sure that these things happen and hold people accountable for it.
Well, I think going back to, I know just me, Mike, and PJ were up here when we first had to implement this. The main ones were number 4 and 5. I feel like we weren't necessarily at the size they normally require, but it was the growth pattern that caused us to jump into this sooner than we probably would have normally. So I think the construction sites are probably the biggest issue why we're in this.
It's likely a significant part that state doesn't have to tell us, nor did they, why, but simply that our population was getting close to that threshold and we were growing so quickly. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Given the rapid growth that we are seeing, this is one of those areas that will absolutely keep our staff busiest. A lot of the others are best management practices that you set up and they don't require daily intervention. Staying on top of things like this requires, regular effort. And that's part of the reason that we proactively set up our stormwater utility, is recognizing that creating this plan, and more importantly, complying with this plan, is going to cost the city money, just in resources to make all of this happen. So the stormwater utility was, like I said, created proactively to provide a revenue stream to help offset those expenses that we knew were coming.
Yeah, I think we had anticipated at least one employee, right, that kind of has to manage this plan.
Yeah.
Going forward. So what's the process from when we implemented, or we got told this MS4 is required, to we're at the point of a plan now? When do we start getting kind of managed by the state or by KDHE?
So we will submit this plan, and the 2027 calendar year will be the first year that we are required to report on. We will, as a trial run, we aren't required to, but I plan for us to submit an annual report in February based on our 2026 efforts. We got the plan in place. I think we'll have some of these resolutions and ordinances there. So I think it'll be a good opportunity with no real pressure on us, but as a trial run to submit an annual report for 2026. Not because we're required to, but I just think it'll be good practice. 2027 will be the first full calendar year that we'll need to track all of this and then report on our compliance with the permit.
Okay, all right, good to know. I mean, this has kind of been a long time coming. I don't necessarily have any questions. I don't know if anybody up here does, or comments.
I don't have any real questions for him. More on, or at least not about the plan as a whole. I think I think by and large it's going to be good. I love that we have so many builders that are good partners to the community, helping us build our homes, make sure that people that want to live here have somewhere to live. But we absolutely have some tightening up around the edges that we can do to make sure that things are being done smartly and in good practice. I am kind of not super sure about, like, as far as the state's requirements on us, and as we submit this plan and we kind of fall under their purview, what kind of enforcement activities, if they find us out of compliance, can we expect from things like that?
Most of the time, and it's one of those, it absolutely depends on the scope and nature of the infraction.
Right.
Can be as simple as notification saying, hey, you're out of compliance. Give us some time to correct it. We get back, demonstrate, hey, we've corrected it. They say thank you. That's kind of the best case scenario if you have to go through enforcement action. The other end of that spectrum is a fine or some other penalty, and the dollar amount of those fines again is going to vary based on the severity of the infraction.
Okay.
Well, I think the big thing that I've noticed with, like Jason talked about with, just the debris from building, it wasn't probably as big of a deal before, but now that we have completed neighborhoods or people that are living in these areas that are still being built, or new neighborhoods are going across a larger road like 207th or 199th or wherever they're building, across town. Now that debris is flying into the existing homes, so that's where we're getting more complaints. I don't think it's any worse, or it probably is better actually from what it was 10, 12 years ago, but we're seeing it more because there's people living there and they're having it in their yards. So I think this will only help that we'll be able to stay on top of it, and maybe if we can get somebody dedicated to keeping track of this type of stuff. Do we have public wants to come up and say something else?
Stay right there. I do have to say, Amy and Brandon worked your ass off. Brandon doesn't have enough man hours to do some of the things. If you guys remember, I brought pictures in here of, what's the name of the subdivision beside me? Woodland Crossing. When they was digging for a base, or a partial basement or whatever it was, and piled the dirt up right by the sewer, or the storm water. And it was running right into our pond. We're gonna have to spend a bunch of money to dredge our pond out to keep the fish alive. Now, you guys need to hire another person so Brandon can, we got what, 13,000 people in this town now, right? Pretty damn close. Their last year's stuff was 12, so
yeah.
I know we're 13. So we need to hire some people. You guys doing a good job. I'm not saying anything about that. I try to, when they try to screw you around and say, oh yeah, we're gonna do that, I wanna be the one that come in and say, they're not, they're lying to you. But I hate to be that one.
Yeah.
Because I came in and didn't take pictures of Woodland Ridge sweeping dirt down into the storm. And after I find out, why are they doing that? Well, because they can get away with it. But if you take pictures, you can get them, you know, a fine. And I don't want to be having everybody fined. I just like everybody to do what they're supposed to do. Kind of like the one guy was talking about, you know, I can build a house and I can show them that for this amount of money they can get something. Oh no, we're gonna wait until the city has to put it in and spend the city money. I mean, it's just, Brandon needs help. Not next month, not 2 months from now. He needs help now. So, am I right?
She's not gonna answer.
Yeah. Well, I think he does a good job, but he can't be everywhere. We need to have somebody that just drives around so that you guys can check on this stuff. Whatever that is, the farmer that started to lose his land, and then they built the subdivision over here off of Webster.
Oh, Wiswell.
Who?
Is it Wiswell?
Wiswell, yeah. Anyway, yeah, he put all those sewers in and thought he was gonna get the school to come in, but, that kind of backed out on him, so, anyway, if, over there I saw him sweeping into the dam.
Yeah, that's the hope with this, is that we can get another person that can help with that enforcement.
Yes,
To get
yes,
it covered,
yes.
yeah.
So think about it. So when you guys talk about this, think about putting another person out there. I don't mind spending money for a person that's gonna work,
Yeah.
but I hate to have a person get lied to all the time. So let's help them. Let's help them. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Bill. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak? Do we have any other questions? Oh. Go ahead, yeah.
Just based off of everything else that was going on, I just wanted to add, I mean, the city, do I have to say my name and address again, or you guys got that multiple times? Anyways, city inspectors, is Brandon the city inspector? Is that who he's talking about? Code enforcement officer. I think you guys were talking about hiring another city inspector also.
We've got
Is that?
a couple different building inspector.
Works, building inspector.
Yeah, we have those.
Yeah.
We didn't before, I think, but
I mean, a great person to do that job would be a building inspector. He's going to those job sites. He could easily fill out a form, click a box on a report and say, out of compliance. And then, fines probably aren't the best way to do it, but holding permits, that gets a builder to do something. If they apply for a permit and you say, well, you guys are out of compliance on all these other properties, we're not issuing you a permit until you get that done. That tends to get things going. Water One has been doing that with the plumbers out in a lot of these neighborhoods because they can't seem to put a water meter at the right height. So they start threatening to hold permits for their water taps. Boy, does that get them out there to start getting stuff done. So just think about that too. Fines aren't always the answer, but holding permits for a builder will definitely get it, so.
all right, thanks. Any other questions or comments up here? All right, public, last chance. All right, we're gonna go ahead and close this public hearing. That moves us into our next, we have two presentations tonight. The first one is our GFOA Budget Award. I think Rhonda's gonna present that.
Cleaning up the area here. Good evening, Mayor and Council. You're probably getting tired of me talking about this subject, but I'm gonna keep talking about it. As you know, for the 2026 budget, we prepared for the first time the city's first budget book. And we submitted it to the Government Finance Officer Association's process for receiving awards. We found out earlier this summer that we were receiving the Distinguished Budget Award for a 2026 budget book. The GFOA presented the city with this plaque. which is very heavy. We'll have to build on to the city hall to put it up. Say it again. And this plaque for our first award, and we look forward to filling all these medallions in for future years when we get an additional award for our budget book. We're very proud of our accomplishment, and it took the effort of every department to make this book come to life. We did it on our first try. We were pretty proud of that, and I give credit to the finance staff, and especially Natalie Talley, who's here with us tonight, for her work producing the book and driving that process forward. This book creates a framework for us for the city's budget reporting, and also creates challenges to us to maintain it and get that medallion every year, and we accept that challenge. We have some work to do to continually to improve our budget and our budget processes and to reflect it in the document that we produce. So on behalf of city staff, we present to the council and mayor the 2026 GFOA Distinguished Budget Award, and thank you for your support in the process.
Thank you. And I know, is Natalie gonna come up?
Yep, she's gonna come for the
Come on up,
picture,
Natalie.
and Jenna's gonna.
She got a certification, I think it was what, 6 to 12 months ago, or has it been more than that long?
Took 2 years,
Has it been that long?
No.
CPFO.
Yeah, it was earlier.
And do you have to have that to be able to submit it into this?
No.
No, okay. But that was a big deal when she got that, because there's hardly any in even the state of Kansas, I think. And
12.
so I know she manages this process almost completely, so I wanted to tell you, thank you very much. I know you told me earlier it's not your information, but you put it all together, but obviously you did a great job, so thank you.
Yeah.
And the rest of the finance staff. and all.
Absolutely.
You bet. She is one of 12 certified public finance officers in the state.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's a
I love it.
That's amazing.
Why don't you hold-
Natalie, take it.
Where are we going?
Where would you like us to go?
I didn't do anything for this.
It's like your budget. It's like your budget.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations, good job.
Thanks, Mayor.
I wanted to take a minute to say thank you for the work that goes into getting an award like that from a group of people whose entire job is making sure you've checked your numbers right. Is no small feat. My home county is currently struggling with the budget reconciliation and making sure that they're not having troubles accounting for things. So knowing that we've got someone that represents that county up here doing good work and showing what people from Bourbon County and other counties in the state do, I think it's something to be really, really proud of, especially as small as we are as a municipality. Operating at this level with the staff that we have is just absolutely astounding to me, and I really, really appreciate the work you guys put in.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have a presentation about storm shelters. I think Mike Mallon's gonna take that on for us.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Brought back some information to you. Earlier this spring, we had a work session with some pictures and presentation materials, a little bit related to storm shelters within single-family homes and the different types. As you may recall, they're the types that kind of look like I don't know, something like a burial thing in the in the garage floor. Others are standalone, self-contained, little boxes that can be put into a garage and/or a basement. And there were some pictures of some reinforced pantries or closets and things of that nature for storm shelters in single-family homes. So, council directed us to bring back, some information and related to what other cities are doing, in the metro area, and also some proposed language. So that's what we've done here this evening. As we're getting ready to adopt the 2018 International Residential Code as required by Kansas Senate Bill 418 for the By Right Housing Act, we took a look at what would be required if the city chose to require these new storm shelters in single-family homes. So the language that will be in the ordinance for you under formal items later in the agenda would require either an ICC/NSSA 500 store protection area or a shelter, if you will, or a qualifying basement. And there's provisions within that ordinance which talk about what does constitute a qualifying basement. In essence, it's not just like a walkout basement with nothing else down there and windows all around. It actually has to be something that is protected from the elements. And so that language is proposed in the attached ordinance. Regional practices we found varied during that work session in which we presented items on neighboring cities and communities. At that time, only Lenexa, Kansas required it. That has since changed. Other cities have, in that time, have adopted storm shelter requirements, such as Gardner I have that list here in a second, but it's either Gardner or Basel and Olathe. So there are cities that are doing this. We sent the proposed language and draft ordinance to the Home Builders Association of Greater Kansas City. We held a stakeholder meeting with them, including builders, 3 or 4 different builders and representatives from the KCHBA. We presented that, had a discussion about it, and as indicated during public participation, their primary concern was the additional costs that this would add to the bottom line price of a single-family home. And they also had some questions regarding when would this become effective, whether it would be effective immediately upon, if approved, for all new homes to be built in a subdivision that is currently building, or would it apply to homes after a certain date, or timing of it, would it apply to new subdivisions? Because as presented with their commentary at that meeting, as subdivisions develop, prior to them even buying the ground and running the numbers on what the development is going to cost, and then the subsequent numbers of what they can build each lot for, and then the housing price, all of their proprietary calculations and pro formas as how much money they're going to be able to or have to sell houses for and to make the development work. Additional costs like this, by the time it gets to a final plat and building permits being issued in a neighborhood, those costs are pretty well ironed out. And so adding an additional $5,000 to $12,000 could across maybe 100 homes remaining could disrupt their overall project. So those were some of the concerns raised. Staff did reach out to those communities and found out more information about their, rather than just researching their code. So we did our due diligence on that. We believe that the language presented before you is in keeping with what some of those cities are doing. We modeled our language off of their language. Let me see if I can get to this. So in essence, this is what the language would do. Kind of hard for me to read, but up there. It would require storm protection areas in new 1 and 2 single-family dwellings or townhouses constructed in accordance with ICC, which is the International Code Council, NSSA 500, or a qualifying basement refuge area compliance with Section R323, which is the International Residential Code. There are requirements for occupant capacity, usable floor area, such as, the required occupant capacity is not less than 2 occupants for the first bedroom and 1 occupant for each additional bedroom. Qualifying basement refuge area must be on an approved subsurface can be beneath a concrete stoop. There's certain square footage sizes, 3 square feet for each occupant or required occupant, 20 square feet or that 3 square feet. Different things to make sure that the actual storm protection area is going to be safe and not just open to all the elements, like I mentioned earlier. It has to be accessible from within the dwelling unit, which means you don't have to go outside to get into it. Things of that nature. So I'm happy to answer any questions specifically on those. The comparisons, if I can find my mouse here.
When you say you don't have to go outside, the garage is considered inside the house still,
Yes,
right?
with accessible from within the dwelling unit, yeah. So these are, there's meeting notes, if you had a chance to read those, that summarized our meeting with them and who attended, representatives from Ashlar Homes, the Kalar Group, Lennar, KCHBA, DR Horton. So a good representation of all the different builders that we do have here. And proposal language again. And then this is the comparison of adjacent cities. Hopefully that doesn't cut it off right there. So Spring Hill, it's under consideration. Olathe does require that. That happened earlier this summer. Lenexa requires it, so I was mistaken. It was Baser. Does require it in 1 and 2 family, single family dwellings. Kansas City, Kansas, Wyandotte County, it can be construed or argued that they are required based on some of their development regulations. Edgerton is required with the owner having to actually opt out of that. You know, it has to be offered or it can be offered, but then the property or the builder or the property owner has to opt out of that. Leawood is a basement requirement with limited alternatives. So in general, some cities just do flat out require basement. Gardner, no general mandate. And then these are the additional jurisdictions that we reviewed that do not have a comparable local mandate, including Overland Park, Shawnee, Prairie Village, Merriam, as you can see. So there are still a number more, neighboring communities that do not require anything than there are that do require storm protection areas. But as we've seen in the past few months since the last time we spoke, 2 cities have agreed to add those in. So that is our presentation. When the formal item comes up, I can ask further questions about the ordinance languages or the language within that ordinance. And then some of the alternatives that, for you to consider is either approving the language as it's written, denying the language as it's written, or asking us to come back with some more research or some amended language that could address any concerns that any of you may have. So we're happy to, we're at the pleasure of council and the mayor to do what you direct us to do, so.
And we'll
Any
have that
questions?
discussion at the formal action item, or do you want to?
We can have the discussion then, or we can do it now.
I would prefer to do it at the formal item.
Okay, yeah, let's just move it on to formal.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, perfect. Thanks for the presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mike.
That will end our presentation section and move us into our consent agenda. We had number 7 was adjusted there to the different task order number, but outside of that, there's no other changes to our consent agenda. And if not, I will entertain a motion to approve.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0-0. That'll move us into formal council action. And we have quite a few tonight. Our first one is number 8, consider resolution number 2026-R-14, adoption of the MS4 Stormwater Management Plan. And Jacob Spears back up.
This may be my quickest item. This is the resolution approving the plan that I mentioned earlier and was discussed in the public hearing. Happy to answer any questions, but staff recommends approval of the permit as drafted and submitted by staff.
Does the plan have, an additional position, part of that?
It does not, it does not specifically. It lists the requirements, how we go about, how we go about meeting those requirements aren't specified. We can get more specific. We actually went toward
Staying general is probably better.
staying general, because this is a state mandated, plan, and we have to demonstrate that we adhere to it. Things happen throughout the year, so you gotta be careful if you get too specific on what you commit to, and things change, and you aren't able to meet that commitment, it can get sticky. So it's that balancing act of being clear with our intentions, but also not painting ourselves in a corner.
So we kind of have an interesting setup right now because building inspectors and things like that are under community development. Wastewater is under public works, and then we have some inspections happening under engineering. Where would somebody in this type of position fall? Or would we have, they
It
just report up?
it could be, it honestly would, could fit in any of those. As you mentioned, because it covers several different disciplines, I don't know that one person will be solely responsible for all of the content of this. Again, just efficiencies. If we have a building inspector already out on the site, looking at the building, adding a few more things that they're looking at makes a lot more sense than bringing another staff member there for a separate visit. Similarly, if it's an engineering construction inspector or a public works staff member investigating, I think from an efficiency standpoint, it makes sense to empower our staff that if you're on site and you see something, address it rather than taking the, hey, it's not my job approach and waiting for that one person.
Yeah, no union workers here. Basically, my thought is if we're trying to use this fund to help pay for a position that's going to help in this area, will that? I know back when we had water and wastewater, we had some times where like they were paid from multiple areas. Is that kind of how we would handle this, Rhonda? I think this might be a Rhonda question, but because I know we have this utility fund to help do this, and I agree with Bill who was up here earlier. It says we do need the help in the inspection area, it seems like. So I don't know if we've thought about that yet or not. I think it's something that we probably should consider, like what consensus we have to say we have appetite to add more staff in that respect.
I feel like just on our budget discussion items over the last several weeks, staffing has been a number one concern for all of us, it's a priority for all of us, and Jacob has brought up on multiple occasions that he sees a need for it in certain areas.
That's why I was kind of interested where they would fall, because would it be community development with where a lot of ours are?
I think this is just me speaking off the cuff, kind of hitting me cold with it right now, but I think as we look at and think about the specific job duties and look at those job descriptions, that will probably give us a roadmap and tell us, well, okay, about 30% of this this job is stormwater related, and 50% of this one is stormwater related, and that will begin to develop that formula that we'll use sitting down with Rhonda and Mona Keisha to decide how that should be split up.
Yeah, but it had a nod of approval in the back there, so it sounds good to me.
Yeah, I definitely encourage that. So I like the plan. I think it's great.
Yeah,
I'm glad that it's more general, because that's always better, especially when we're being managed by someone else. So if we get too specific, it's going to cause us more issues down the road. So I like your approach, and I just wanted to show my encouragement to make sure you add that person as needed, because I think we're there. So
thank you.
It is included in the 2027 budget.
Okay, great.
Awesome.
Any other questions or comments for Jacob?
No, I support this in its entirety. I'm never a fan of a larger government entity sticking their hands in and saying, hey, you've got to do things a certain way, but in this case, it seems like good practice across the board, so you're not going to get any complaints out of me.
All right.
Well, and I agree that it's necessary, not only with construction, but along with anything else, like he was saying, grass clippings, things like that. And when the data center was a topic of discussion, everyone talked about the effect on our water. And this is, I feel like, being good stewards of the community, the land, everything, to make sure that the proper things are going into the stormwater system, not the building materials and the grass clippings and oil or anything else like that. So I think it's necessary. I think it's great, and I'm excited to see this being put into action.
All right. Anyone else? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I would love to say, as stated in tonight's agenda, but as I'm reading the suggested motion, the resolution number is not actually filled in. So do I have a resignation or a resolution number? Is it on the paper?
It's on the paper.
Or 14.
Yeah, R14.
Awesome. All right, I move to approve I move to approve resolution number 2026-R-14 to adopt the municipal separate storm sewer system MS4 stormwater management plan for the city of Spring Hill as presented by staff.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0-0.
That was a mouthful.
They're doing it on purpose so that you have to start reading it out. All right, we'll move on to item number 9, consider resolution number 2026-R-15, adopting the employee purchasing policy, second edition, 2026, of the city of Spring Hill, Kansas.
I plan to be the fastest action you take tonight. We needed to adjust the purchasing policy because we added a new position, the interim assistant city administrator. He did not have any purchasing authority for that position, so we added it. We also added the city attorney so that right now our city attorney is an outside vendor, and so they don't have any purchasing authority. We added those two things to this policy, and that was the only change.
All right. Pretty straightforward. Any questions or comments?
That being the only change was my only question. So.
The other thing is the assistant city administrator will have the same authority as the city administrator, so one can act in the absence of the other.
Right. And will this be ongoing when we have permanent in
Yes.
those two positions if we have both positions?
Right. Or if the position is eliminated in the future, it can sit there dormant until the position.
Yeah, that was
is filled
my
again.
question. All right, perfect. So we're not changing back and forth constantly. Okay. All right. If there's no questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve agenda item number 9 as stated.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0-0. We'll move on to item number 10, consider adoption of ordinance number 2026-18, an ordinance amending ordinance number 2026-17 to correct clerical errors. That's a lot of words.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a ordinance to correct some clerical errors from the ordinance 2026-17 that was presented on June 25th, 2026, that amended Chapter 17 related to two items. That in general, what that zoning amendment ordinance did was amended our planned district protected overlay process, and it also created the new M2 heavy industrial zoning district while also modifying the M1, now the light industrial zoning district. There were two clerical errors in that, and they were purely clerical errors. Staff didn't feel that they were small enough or typo enough or a number missing or something that they could have qualified under a Scrivener's error or anything. And so rather than trying to make an interpretation that the governing body had approved these, and so we're just going to rewrite the ordinance, we felt it's best in the spirit of transparency to bring it back in one fell swoop and just redo this. So apologize on the error on our behalf in community development, and I take full responsibility for that. So the two clerical errors are that zoning ordinance inaccurately reflected the third edition of the Unified Zoning Ordinance from 2025. It should have been the first edition of the Unified Zoning Ordinance and Subdivision Regulations of 2026. So typically what we have done in the past is used the Unified Zoning Ordinance and Subdivision Regulations within a calendar year, and then if we amend those at one point, that's the first edition. We amend it again, that's the second edition. We amended it the third edition. So that would have been the third amendment for 2025, but it happened in the beginning or the in 2026. So it was the First Amendment in 2026. So that is just a purely clerical error and tracking issue on our part. We are looking at whether or not we need to specifically identify those, or if we just can say we're amending that zoning ordinance. The second is there were some omitted sections in the ordinance that was contained in the back of the packet that was brought to you. The Planning Commission staff report and the land use table that was presented to you, and there was a third document within there. There was the land use table, proposed language, and then the ordinance itself is what came before you. Some of the land uses that were going to be permitted in the M1 versus M2 were left out of the ordinance. They were correct and presented both to the Planning Commission and the governing body in the land use table and the other document. So neither of these clerical errors materially change anything under the code as was presented to you that evening. We're not modifying any of the land uses whatsoever. We're just making sure that the actual ordinance as it's enrolled officially with the city matches the information that was presented to you.
So, yeah, just for clear understanding for me, basically we're just making it right so that nobody can try to argue our changes to the zoning code, I assume.
Yes, exactly.
So this doesn't change what was voted on that day, just the clerical error.
Yep, not at all.
All right. Yeah, reading through it, that's kind of what it just looked like a lot of cleanup, like general light industrial, general's now gone, it's just light industrial. Things like that where verbiage is really updated.
Yes.
I don't really have a ton of questions. PJ, do you have any?
No questions. I just appreciated you taking the ownership of this and leading us towards a solution. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me.
And I always prefer this route rather than fixing it on the back end behind doors, just because, again, the transparency issue is big for us. So I do appreciate that too. Any other comments or questions or anything? All right. If not, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve agenda item number 10 as stated.
Second.
Motion is second, and this is a roll call, I believe, correct? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Delgado,
Yes.
Mr. Savage,
Yes.
Mr. Throne,
Yes.
Mrs. Crevier,
Yes.
Mr. Grant,
Yes.
Mayor Young.
Yes.
Mayor, ordinance 2026-18 passes 600.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 11, consideration of ordinance number 2026-19, amending chapter 6, section 6-104B, fire protection of the Spring Hill Municipal Code related to display fireworks 1.3G.
So before you this evening is an ordinance modification change under Chapter 4, Section 6, fire protection related to consumer fireworks and display fireworks. The city has been approached by the school district wanting to discharge fireworks at the high school when there's a touchdown or some kind of celebration during the high school football games. And in reviewing our city code requirements as to whether or not we could grant them a permit to do that or to have any regulations relating to that, we noted that there are insurance requirements. There are requirements for, especially with the display fireworks, for the license or the person who's setting them off to be a licensed pyrotechnician, and to have some other requirements, including a permit through the city to help regulate that. In looking at how we can better be partners with the school district and other political subdivisions of the state, taxing entities such as Johnson County or the state of Kansas, we're proposing to not entirely, but exempt out some of those political subdivisions of the state from complying with some of the requirements of the display fireworks regulations, including the insurance requirements, the requirements for a licensed pyrotechnician to light off the fireworks, We are still going to require a permit, and just for general record-keeping purposes, so that we're aware of it. Community Development, Public Works, the Fire Department, we'll send those by reference to the Fire District, Police Department, so that if we do get calls or there are people wondering what's going on, we have the information to know in many ways what the proposed timeframe is and what is going on. So these entities would not be subject to the standard window of which, consumer fireworks could be lit off. It would exempt them from that as well, so that we don't have to change the dates for one specific, like the school district, to light them off in, say, October on a Friday night at a football game, outside of the window of when normal consumer fireworks can be discharged by the general public. So that's what we're proposing to do. Happy to answer any questions with that. In thinking about and how we drafted this, and some of our thoughts going into it is, the insurance requirements really are dependent upon the property owner, that the school district or the state or the county, if they ended up with a park or something in the city limits or within Miami County either. Their insurance requirements are going to fall to them. It's kind of not really us to regulate what their insurance requirements are, and they may have different insurance requirements or ability or liability constraints for lawsuits and things as provided by state law. And so the other is the licensed pyrotechnician. In their request, the school district said that they would likely contract with somebody to do it, but if somebody wants to light off a mortar or something and just do 1 or 2 fireworks after a touchdown rather than a full display, we thought it was a little bit of overreach for us to tell them they needed a licensed pyrotechnician to light off a couple of mortars or other fireworks, which really aren't at that same level as a full fireworks display.
Right.
So that is all that we have proposed for you.
I think this would be a cool thing for the high school to have. I mean, score a touchdown, have fireworks go off. I think, loosening restrictions for that, for them on a very specific time date, I don't have any issues with. I know the thing I heard from somebody over there was that I'm not sure if they're able to, or is it because we're releasing the insurance portion, they will be able to, because I know the insurance was quite expensive.
Yeah, the insurance limits that the city had put in when we adopted the fireworks regulations is the same insurance requirements that the city uses and requires when we're signing contracts for people doing work at the city.
Okay.
Same insurance amounts of $1 million or, and I don't know them all off the top of my head. I'm sure Spencer could help us. But $1 million general and $2 million comprehensive, or
So we're waiving that when it comes to these fireworks?
And for example, and this would also apply to the city. If the city wants to do something in, say, the holiday season, Christmas or something, this would apply to the city as well. So under Kansas law, and again, Spencer can correct me if I'm wrong, there are certain liability limits that governmental entities are not required to pay beyond. For example, maybe $500,000 for a claim or something, if those are the right numbers. And so requiring the school district to have extra insurance above what they're required under state law just to do something in the city, which technically the state would say that they're not liable for anything over what they are per the state requirements, we decided to let those entities that would want to take advantage of this to utilize their own insurance requirements as dictated by what they need for state law.
And so when we do the permit, I'm assuming it'd be like from 5 to 9, these specific dates, they can do it a one-time request to us, or is it gonna be a lot of extra work for our staff to, every week they have to get a new permit?
No, we would like to streamline it as much as possible.
Okay.
So for example, when the school district has made that request, we would say that on these nights throughout the year, then you can do it. And if they want to do a different event or something else throughout a school year or calendar year on their own property, then they would let us know about that event. It wouldn't just not be a carte blanche. All of these, political subdivisions could light off fireworks at any point throughout the year.
Yeah.
Just for us to have an idea of what is going on.
Is that gonna include playoffs as well, if they make it?
I'd assume they'd probably.
I
put
would
it back
assume
for
that they
additional
would
days or
try to
something.
plan for the entirety of the season, and the entire length of hopefully what could be a very long season.
So you'll be able to direct them as you see fit for, like if they're looking specifically for the football season, give us what your schedule is. Include that in the permit, and if you choose to do any other event, then you can provide a separate permit at that time.
Yeah.
That's fair, I think. What were all the entities that we're including in this?
In general, any governmental agencies, which, you know, for our sake would include,
Both counties,
yeah, both counties, school district,
ourselves.
The rec?
ourselves,
What about the
state.
rec? Are they included?
The rec would be, yeah, since they are a
Okay.
taxing entity.
Okay. I mean, I think that's fair. I think they're all groups that could have a use for it, and including ourselves. And so I think it would be kind of fun, especially when it's in control and they're not, not shooting off 100 fireworks for one touchdown within reason. And
Yeah.
I don't think we'll have to address that. I don't think they're going to spend that much money,
Right.
especially after last year.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot of money with how much they scored. So
Especially that one game.
hopefully they can continue it.
And the intent would be for these entities to do it on their own property and just on that property for that
Yeah.
given event. It's not that any employee or representative of one of these entities can go light them off on their own personal property on property they don't own.
Okay, perfect.
So the language as it currently reads, is it going, as far as the waiver on the professional pyrotechnician? Is it, does it specify what types of fireworks they're allowed to discharge, in lieu of using a professional? Have we gone that far with it?
No.
To make sure that we're not using professional grade stuff with somebody who's not
They probably
qualified.
still consumer grade. We'd probably.
I'm
want
not
to-
sure they can even purchase it without the license.
Yeah,
I know people that are very resourceful. So I want to make sure that we're
Yes.
covered from that. We're not providing waivers to somebody so he can say, hey, I don't have a license, but I know a guy, and then shows up with something that he's not qualified to handle. Does our language cover us in that instance?
It's a good question, Spencer. In your reading of that language, do you think it?
We just have to categorize it at 1.4, right?
Sorry,
well, I think it's 1.3 in here.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it essentially exempts them from having to get so I guess that could be a loophole.
Yeah,
if you
so
will.
I would, if that's not how we've got it written, that would be my only concern, is I don't want an opening for somebody unlicensed to be using a higher grade firework that they're not qualified to fire around our children. That would probably be my biggest concern there.
Yeah, I don't know that it's necessarily a loophole in that someone could just go do it and exploit it, because they will be coming to staff and applying for these permits.
Right.
So staff will have
Will staff
both
be
a
on,
f-
will
up
staff
front.
be on site to verify that they're firing off what they said they were going to?
Typically, no.
Typically, no. That said, it's something like a governmental entity football game for the school district. If staff gets complaints, there will be follow-up.
Right.
And that would certainly affect the review of future permits.
Right.
So there's a bit of a self-policing there, expecting of the city doing a favor for other governmental entities. And I do think this is a bit different of a concern. If it was for any commercial entity, that's a valid concern. For other governmental entities that understand that they're being given, not quite a favor, but, a collaborative approach. Yeah. So.
And they're probably going to need to make sure they stay within their insurance guidelines too. So
Right.
There's some things there, but no, I get that concern.
This may be a silly question or beyond anything that we could govern maybe, but if, there hasn't been one in years, but if there were a burn ban in place or something like that and these permits were already given and approved, how would that be regulated to make sure that maybe, are they still allowed to shoot them off in a burn ban potentially, or, severe drought situation? Is that?
My guess would be that if there's a burn ban instituted by a county or the state that specifically relates to this about fires and discharge and open burning or open explosion, that would supersede anything that we do.
Yeah.
Okay, so then they would have to be responsible for that, then that has nothing to do with us, and a permit
Yes.
that's already been approved? Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
In
you.
in a similar fashion, if, a city allows for open burning in a fire pit or something like that, and the state comes down because of extreme drought and says, we're not even gonna allow that, then all cities would have to comply with that.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any proposed changes to this, or are we okay with the?
If Spencer's comfortable with the language as it's written, I'm perfectly comfortable with it. I just wanted to make sure that was addressed.
No, I just wanted to make sure. Anybody else have comments or questions?
This is exciting. I can't wait to see a
Yeah.
football game. Although I'm a Pitt State alumni, I prefer a cannon to go off, but it's fine.
All right. Well, if there's no other questions or comments, I will entertain a motion.
Make sure I've got the right agenda item number.
I think it's 11.
I move to approve agenda item number 11 as stated in tonight's agenda.
Second.
A motion and a second. This will be a roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Savage,
Yes.
Mr. Throne,
Yes.
Mrs. Crevere,
Yes.
Mr. Grant,
Yes.
Mr. Delgado,
Yes.
Mr. Yount.
Yes.
Mayor, ordinance 2026-19 passes 600.
Great, thank you. Item number 12, consider ordinance number 2026-20, amending chapter 4 of the Spring Hill Municipal Code by adding section 4-202.R323, storm protection. There's a lot of numbers tonight.
Yeah, that's the building codes and residential codes and
Fun stuff.
all those I codes. So, as presented previously, this is a proposed language to be added into the city's code to require storm shelters for, 1 and 2 family homes, single family homes, or, applicable townhome units, to require a storm shelter or a compliant basement in all new single family homes. The way it is proposed, it would, I also have our building official Cody here, as he worked very hard to draft these in terms of when they would be enforced. But as it is today, they would be, the ordinance would go in, take effect and be enforced from passage of approval. I don't remember, Cody, if you could come up here, do we have a specified date in the proposed language of when this would be enforced for new single-family homes?
I believe we put in January 1st.
January 1st, but it would also be a requirement of new preliminary plats that come in, so that this would give enough time for the builders to plan for these costs, absorb the costs, and then work to get the plans drawn up to be submitted to us with those single-family homes, and to give them time to have their architects and design engineers draw those up to be included and potentially amend the plans that they have into us right now.
So would that be permits by January 1st, or permit pulls?
Yes.
Or, okay. I guess the main question I had from the presentation is what constitute a townhome? I know some cities had, single unit, obviously houses are easy. Duplexes make sense to me, but when you get into townhomes that may or may not have garages or much space, if they have single car garages or something, how do we handle those, or how are those being handled kind of across the board? I know you did some research on this, Cody.
Yeah, so it's basically all inclusive. Any single family dwelling that's governed under the International Residential Code is going to need to meet this requirement.
Okay.
So stating single family dwellings, 2 family dwellings, and townhomes covers all
that.
of those.
Is that 4 or more units counts, or is it 1 to 4 units counts as a single-family home and is applicable
Yep.
under the IRC, and then anything above?
Because I think Lenexa had that verbiage, right? Anything that's covered under the residential code, I think they were the only ones that had that.
Yeah, well, and then the other thing is now, depending on what happens tonight, we're working on the code updates for our commercial codes. And then the rest of the type of occupancies covered that aren't covered by the residential code that are in the commercial codes, we're gonna have to look at what we're doing with those.
Okay.
In terms of storm shelters.
Okay. I mean, I know this was a pretty specific request from me and I think a couple others up here, because of the issues we had over this year especially. We had the big storms that came through, and I know we've worked with Generation Bible Church has been really good to offer, and they said they'll be our go-to every storm. They'll be ready to go. with a place for our current homes that don't have them. But going forward, if we continue to add 200 to 300 houses a year that don't have storm shelter or basement, we're going to be up a creek a little bit, I think, with trying to figure out where people can go if there's a bad storm.
So I'm not,
So I don't know what,
this is, first of all, thank you guys so much for the work. I know that especially going through and sitting down and having these meetings with all the invested, or the vested parties, looking at what the other municipalities have, that's exactly what we asked for. So thank you so much for bringing us that information. For me, I don't have a way of just easily accessing that information, so I really appreciate the work that went in with all that. I think the having 200 or 300 homes built without storm shelters is kind of a bit of hyperbole maybe, because that's not the count for what the slab house on grade that we're gonna be building. That's just the total count that we usually get in a year.
no, I think Wiswell built over 200 last year. Or between Wiswell and a couple of other developments on slab, I think was over 200.
Okay. So kind of to sound off, or kind of restate my personal views on this whole storm shelter adjustments at the beginning. So just kind of like how I felt that the city as a whole, the expectation that we have cleanup, organized, moved out, boots on ground, and every stick, fence, and everything repaired within 24 hours was just an unrealistic expectation. I think we've worked really, really hard with these builders and these developers to bring in affordable housing options for people that are in an economic situation where finding a first-time home is really, really hard to do. Mandating just outright that they have to do this in an area where largely, while we do have bad storms from time to time, we're not constantly dodging tornadoes. It was definitely a scary situation, and I, under no circumstances, want to downplay the struggles that our neighbors down to the south of us dealt with all of the damage and property damage and utility issues and all the things they're still working to work through. I don't want to downplay that all, but I don't think that just outright mandating builders to have to provide these things and then adding that cost to the end user is probably the best, at least in my opinion, the best course forward. I like the idea of providing the option, letting the individual homeowner, is $10,000 too much, is $15,000 too much, or is it something that they absolutely want to eat for the safety of their family? Like, I feel like that's a reasonable request here. That way each individual buyer has the opportunity to make that decision. And then any homeowner that buys that home later down the road is going to have the same decision to make moving forward. Do I want to buy a home without a storm shelter, or don't I? And if I do want to buy one without a storm shelter, this house is an option. And if I don't, I need to find something that has built one. I like the idea of options. I don't like the idea of just mandating things across the board because something scary happened. I think we made a lot of good decisions, and this information is great information. I just think that maybe dialing it back to something a little bit more reasonable might be appropriate for the situation.
So to counter what PJ is saying, I have a completely different perspective on it. So back from 2007 to 2016, my husband and I were renting homes because we had no established credit, couldn't build. Anyways, so we had to rent, and every home we had was on slab on grade. We didn't have a basement. And when my twins were infants back in 2011, we had no less than 5 tornado warnings that spring through summer. And we had to load up our 3 kids, because I had a 3.5-year-old and twins that were less than 6 months old, our 2 dogs, our 2 cats, and we had to drive over here to next to the cemetery to go to my grandma's basement because there was nowhere else to go. And we had to do that no less than 5 times. So as a mom of young kids, that was incredibly stressful because you had to wrangle all the animals, all the kids, everything. To do that much was wild. And at the time we couldn't buy. We didn't have a choice whether there was a basement or anything like that. So knowing that going forward, any home would have a storm shelter in it built in, whether it be in the master closet, in the pantry, in the garage, under the stoop, that would be so like a weight or a ease of mind knowing that you had something that you didn't have to scoop up your children in the middle of the night and get them into car seats and get in the car, which is not safe either. But to have something like that, I don't I'm not totally opposed to the idea of letting someone building a home opt out of it. However, if it's someone who is going to build and then rent out those homes, we can't control that. We can't guess that. I am opposed to that. I'm opposed to that just because everyone should have a safe place to be in their home, and not everyone can afford to build or buy, I'm sorry. But I don't know, it's one of those things that, yes, it saves $8,000 to $12,000, but also if something were to happen and if a life was lost, you can't put a price on that.
That's absolutely fair.
And so to me, having been in that situation, I am incredibly passionate about every house should have a basement or every house should have a storm shelter. Just because of what I experienced and how I didn't necessarily have a choice in the matter. And so not everyone here has, their grandma lives, 2 minutes drive. So I was very fortunate in that scenario, but I know that so many people aren't. And I would never want anyone to experience the fear and stress and everything else that I had to. So I'm very much in favor of.
No, I absolutely respect that position in its entirety. Again, my concern boils down to do we let our fears and experiences of something that I'm assuming your home ultimately was okay after the storm, right?
It was.
Did you lose the home? So letting those fears dictate like real life implications, like people are going to have to spend more on houses. It's the reality of it. Those are things that are verifiably going to happen if we make this decision, versus things that may or may not happen. And when I make decisions, my focus is I make decisions based on what I hope to be true, not what I fear to be true. So when it comes to this, I hope that we can provide affordable housing to the people that are trying to move into our area. So I'm going to vote no for this.
And I'm the opposite. I hope that no one dies in a tornado, so I'm going to vote yes for this. Right. Because also building costs are going up constantly, so housing prices are going up. Like, to me, the argument of the price is moot because building prices are constantly going up, housing values are constantly going up, the land value is going up. And
so you just want to make it worse.
It's happening. I want people to be safe. So no, I don't want to make it worse, but I don't want anyone to die. I want everyone to feel safe. I want everyone to feel secure. So that's where I stand. I'll be voting yes.
Fair enough.
Can this change to something where it's single family, single home versus duplex, quadplex?
That was kind of where I was
required in those duplexes and up. Whereas a single family, whether it's slab or not, it's a mandatory, owner opt out, and then everything above that would be required.
We can certainly tailor the language to meet that request. I would suggest that depending upon how the governing body feels going forward, whether it's to approve the language as written, or if there's some modifications to it, whether it's to only apply to single family, and if that's the case, then there's an opt-out or an opt-in, or whatever direction you provide, that we can bring back some language to meet the overall goal. We don't have any, we're under no impression this was perfect, what we brought before you. And we knew that this would generate conversation and dialogue, and that ultimately what gets decided may need to be tweaked. So we'd be happy to bring that back at the next meeting.
I think I look at it from a little bit kind of in between the two of you. So I get where Kendra's coming from and people being scared, and that's the big push we hear every time there's a storm. I get the side where you're coming from, where it's how often does it really cause a real life-threatening issue? I think there's an inherent risk that we take, at least when I've gone into housing, that says if I'm in multi-family, more like townhomes, there's probably not an expectation for that particular type of safety because that's where the affordability is really coming in. The single family and the duplex, in my opinion, is more of a long-term, housing option that not necessarily is our responsibility to make sure that that is the cheapest to get into. That's where, for me, when I think of multifamily housing, that's where first-time home buyers and things like that, if we're really trying to focus as a city towards making that affordable. So for me, I'm more kind of like Mike, where it's a single family duplex. That's where I'm more thinking it's more mandatory, and then in the townhome portion is where I'd be a little bit more apt to say, hey, it's kind of like apartments, right? We know you're not going to have a basement apartment. townhome fourplex or higher, I would kind of think you're kind of in the same boat of
Yeah.
where do they go? Because when I think about the townhomes I've lived in were single car garage, but they were 3 or 4 bedrooms. There's no way you can fit without a basement the requirements needed for having 4 bedrooms. So I could see the like, hey, it has to be a basement. That's a bit way bigger cost. But if it's the type of storm shelters that we were presented with, that we could put in homes or in, I mean, to me, that's where I'm leaning more towards personally. So that's where I feel like I fall between you a little bit there. But I kind of get where everybody's coming from. So.
I like them being given the option. That's, I mean, if they're gonna make an option, they're purchasing a home, making a choice, they should have a choice in that also, I think.
No, and I agree there. I mean, if you're buying a home, you need to have it as an option, just like you do for carpet or something like that. Whereas if you're renting, you don't have a choice in what it is. And that's where I think those need to, because, I mean, we also lived in a duplex and you don't have that luxury of having somewhere to go. And just being able to have that available, I think is good for that. Whether it's, you know, it may not be necessarily in every duplex, but maybe there's a requirement to have so many square feet within the community. So kind of like they have the clubhouses, having a required space in there that they can go to in the clubhouse that is close, it's nearby. Yes, it's an inconvenience, but it also keeps that affordability down.
Yeah, and that would be addressed when we talk about the commercial codes specifically. Just
Okay.
keep in mind, this is just for
Residential.
residential 1 and 2 family homes and townhomes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And me personally, I don't like being forced to do something if I don't want to. So I like that opportunity to opt out of something if I don't want it. Now, if I'm renting something and I don't have a choice in that, I want that option to be available for me. Is there a way that we can do it for rental properties if we know that they're going to be a rental property that they have to?
It's difficult for us to do that because of fair housing laws, for us to dictate whether any type of residential unit that gets constructed is going to be owner occupied or rental occupied. You know, multifamily such as, you know, higher density typically can be apartments, but there's also condominiums. So we typically, you know, our code does not regulate that today. And we don't have a means through the city's code to stipulate that a house has to be rental or has to be owner occupied. So that could be difficult for us to enforce. We could try to see what other cities may have done to tackle that. That then opens up a slippery slope for all future developments, not just on storm shelters, but whether a neighborhood is being proposed as single family and whether that developer or those homeowners within that development choose to rent their house out or whether the entire neighborhood is for rental, then I think we could run afoul of some housing statutes that we're overstepping our bounds and dictating how those properties are used.
I think something important to note is, thankfully, we're kind of either at the tail end or through the storm season for the year. So as a whole, if we need to dive into this more, we need to talk more about it. I think we've got a little bit of time before we ultimately have to make any moves on it, especially if we're still trying to get it outside of that 2027 timeline. Like, I think we've still got a little bit of flexibility there. The year's not up yet.
Well, and I think the big thing is this is not necessarily a year-to-year storm issue. It's these houses will be built and they'd be hard to change later on.
Right.
You know, so, I mean, again, another concern I have is as we get further down the road of more of these houses being built, whether it's 50 or 200 a year, there's going to be more of them. And then what requirement are we going to have as a city to say we have a place for those people to go? Which seems to be, as we've seen over the last couple of years, an expectation that there's somewhere for them to go.
I think the market will probably address it if we start having houses that have the option and one builder says, you know what, we're gonna take the time, we're gonna make them $10,000 more expensive, we're gonna build them with a little basement space or something. That's gonna be a marketing opportunity for them where they can create a little bit of competition in the housing market as a whole. Again, when I was playing my rental game, when I was living in other people's properties, I shopped around for my priorities, and my priorities were some kind of storm shelter. So when I found a house, when I found a townhouse to rent, I had one with a basement. that doesn't mean that I should be able to say that you have to build your house with a basement just because I want you to have it.
Yeah.
It's just that people are going to meet the market needs, and we have lots and lots of different builders with lots and lots of different housing designs that have every amenity that anybody could ask for. So I feel like staying as flexible for the people's needs coming into the city as a whole means not forcing them all to do the same thing.
Yeah.
If we're trying to be flexible, it makes sense to not force everybody to do everything the same way.
We're also not the only city trying to do this, though. Like, we're not.
That's where I would be a little concerned, is that with the other cities doing it, are we gonna get an influx of a lot of that type of housing when now we're attracting it only because we're the only ones who haven't yet?
Do we want to be Olathe and Overland Park, or do we want to be Spring Hill?
Why are we
To be as safe
but
as
also-
Olathe and Overland Park?
I would counter that with, why are we updating our other codes if safety's not an issue?
Well, I'm not, again,
That's
me
where
it's me
kind
arguing.
of a thing, yeah.
I'm concerned about the characterizations that are being thrown out here now, because I'm not saying that I'm ignoring safety.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying.
I understand.
It is simply, it's a matter of option, and it's a matter of flexibility for people.
Oh, I get it.
We have homes that are way too expensive for people, and you acknowledge that, and now we're saying we're gonna make them, the cheapest of our homes, more expensive. What good does that do us?
To potentially save a life, absolutely.
I'm not comfortable telling people that they can't buy a home in our area because I'm telling them they have to have something they don't want.
Okay.
I'd be okay with it if it was one and two family homes, and you took the townhomes out, and then you had the owner opt out, kind of like Edgerton has.
So would the townhomes then fall under the commercial?
Well, and that's where I think we should have more discussion and try to figure out what we want to do with that.
Yeah. I think also, are we looking at, when they have the opt-out, is it only ground-up construction for that homeowner, or are we gonna let them build spec homes without a storm shelter, because that option wasn't presented prior to the house being kind of built?
Yeah, we haven't fully fleshed that out the way we proposed it.
So that's where, if you put in the option to have it or not, can you go back and, how much more cost is there if, well, we're just gonna put all the slabs in, and then now we'll give the option, but the price is even higher because it's after. So I think there's a little bit of difference there too. So if we have somebody doing spec homes, do we say it's on the spec home you have to do it because there's nobody there to have the option? I don't know, that's kind of.
I'd be comfortable with having that discussion as a whole, but I feel like it ties in, but it's a separate issue at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause I would think if we were gonna go the option route, I would like to have that discussion to say, we have the option, but if you're building spec homes to where they're not already bought before you start, then those ones maybe have the requirement.
I think that's perfectly reasonable.
So, and that was kind of where my mind was anyway, is that, a lot of these are getting built out. Like mine was a spec house, right? So I got in and I didn't get to pick quite a few of the things that were there, and I would have changed it. So the option wasn't there for me to have or not have the basement. But, so that would be maybe the direction we look at if that's where we have more support. But I'm not totally opposed to the option, to giving it to them. Again, same thing I said with, it's a total separate issue, but benefit districts, as long as I would like to at least make it, if we're not gonna require it, a bigger deal to where they have to specifically say, I do not want this safety feature in the house.
Not just a paper.
So, yeah.
100 papers.
Exactly, yeah. So I think some of it sounds like we may have like a group has a mixture of those things that we're looking for. I'm not sure. I mean, we'd probably have to get a little bit more of a consensus, but that's where I'm hearing it going a little bit more. But you guys and gals tell me what you think. Because I'm kind of stuck in the middle here. I kind of could be pulled either way depending on a good argument.
Like I said, I'm open to being a little bit, like finding a more flexible option here, but as it's written tonight, it's a carte blanche for all these types of properties. From now on, we're gonna say they cost more, and I'm not okay. So I would rather find something more in the middle, more flexible. We need flexibility in our housing, affordability, and this is the opposite of that.
Yeah. So I would consider one hard line one way, one hard line the other, but the rest of us sound like we're kind of in the middle. I would propose a spec home requirement, and I could get behind even townhomes included in that. And then ground up construction, a very specific, separate form from everything else that says you're refusing or turning down this this particular safety option, that the city requires you to sign this when we're building your house, that says you do not want this. I could get behind that type of setup.
I'd like to see a separate presentation if we're gonna change
Yeah.
it that.
Oh, no, I wouldn't want to do it tonight. I think we put something together that says that, but that's kind of the gist I'm getting from the group, but you guys tell me if I'm wrong or not. Or if there's any other thoughts outside of the ones that haven't spoke as much. The rest of it, I think us three have ours out there. So what do you guys think? You think that last proposal is probably table it and maybe some options like that, and we'll see how it goes.
We could certainly bring that back, and also reach out directly and ask some of these more pointed, fine-tuned questions to some of our neighbors about how they're planning to deal with this, whether they apply to spec homes or not. Some of these more nuanced questions. I don't know if we'll be able to get that done by the next meeting, but we can bring something back.
I don't think it's like a super big rush. I think, next couple meetings would be good to readdress, and
I'd love to see it fleshed out.
I think there's somewhere happy medium that we've got, in the group that we can get to.
Okay.
But I do think it's something that we need to have something in place. It's not just leave it the way it has been.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
So,
we can do that.
cool. Some good options.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
So we will officially, do we need to make a motion to table this?
Yes, and I think the motion needs to be to table it indefinitely, rather than, typically we table it until the next meeting, but I think we table it with a direction to staff to consider the conversation tonight and come forward with a presentation, rather than continuing to come forward every meeting with potential new language for you guys to debate, so. Unless you'd like to do that, then it's your motion, but.
Yeah. I'll leave it in Mike's hands. If he feels like he can get something put together by the next meeting, then that's great. If not, I would rather you take time to make sure it's fleshed out.
Should we say something like by the second meeting in September? Would that be fair?
That's fair.
I just don't want to do indefinite because then it feels like it goes away, but if we say, hey, table it till the second meeting of September.
Okay, I'm fine with that as long as Mike, you feel like that's a reasonable timeline.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't want to push it out too far where it's still top of mind right now. We can
Certainly.
keep it.
And
There's a lot of groups involved that I think want to have an answer, so.
Table it until no later than this.
No later than, okay, that's perfect, yeah.
We don't wanna accidentally tell Mike he can't come back on this.
Yeah. Sorry,
Until that
too
meeting.
early.
All right. I move to table agenda item number 12, no later than the second meeting in September, pending staff review and further updates.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0-0 for the tabling. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
We're gonna move on to item number 13, consider ordinance number 2026-21, amending chapter 4 of the Spring Hill Municipal Code to adopt and incorporate by reference the 2018 International Residential Code as amended herein.
Thank you. This is a completely separate item. As you know, earlier this year, the state legislature enacted Senate Bill 418, which is the By Right Housing Act. As part of that, it mandates that for single-family houses under 2,500 square feet, all cities or jurisdictions approving building permits have to review building permits for those houses under the International Residential Code, which is again, single-family up to 4 unit building, under a version of the 2018 International Residential Code. It can either be a version that the city has previously adopted. A lot of our neighboring cities are on the 2018s already, and we're planning to go to the 2024 IRC, but they've had to pivot a little bit in relation to that. We were planning to do the same until that Senate bill was passed. So we can either have used the 2018 we previously adopted, we can just straight accept another city's, we have to specify which city, version of the 2018 IRC. So each city adopts local amendments to the International Residential Code that jurisdiction feels are most appropriate for that city. So we could do one of those two things, and there's a third option which really isn't applicable. So what we have proposed is in advance of us bringing the balance of the 2024 codes for the International Building Code, Plumbing Code, Mechanical Code, all of those, we need to get onto the 2018s. And so we've proposed a version of the 2018 International Residential Code with some local amendments for the city. In order to bring that into effect and to allow all of the builders who are building in the city, oftentimes they're already building to the 2018 codes, so it shouldn't be, and the feedback we've heard is it's not that difficult for them to move to that. They're already designing to it, but all of their permits, they have all of their plans that they have into us that they reuse over and over are all designed, and their code sheets all stay the 2006 codes. So in order to give them enough time to update those, we would have an effective date of January 1st, 2027. However, we don't feel that that's a significant impact because most of those builders, if not all of them, are already building to those 2018 codes. It's more of a formality. So that would apply. And some of the local amendments we proposed are merely cleanup of what was in the 2006. So we had a bunch of amendments to the 2006 IRC that are no longer necessary because the 2018 version automatically included a lot of those. And then some of the local amendments are in keeping with what some of our surrounding jurisdictions have done. Back when cities moved from either the 2006 or the 2015 codes, the IRC codes, to the 2018, cities or the Home Builders Association typically puts out their commentary on that new code cycle and what changes that they would like to see jurisdictions make in terms of local amendments. Those are almost always the same between different jurisdictions. So whether it's in Blue Springs, Missouri, or Lenexa, Kansas, the Home Builders Association is related to that section of the code. So we reached out to the Home Builders Association again during that stakeholder meeting. So it was both for the storm shelters and for this section of the code. We received feedback that our proposed changes were in keeping with what their requested changes were, and that have been employed by surrounding jurisdictions for quite some time now. And we are not doing anything over and above what other cities have done and what other cities are going to continue to do for those homes that are under 2,500 square feet. For ease of administration, we felt that this code is a significant step up from the 2006, and it would be difficult for us. So a lot of our homes are under 2,500 square feet. So this is right in Spring Hill's wheelhouse. Some of our larger neighbors, they don't have many homes that are under 2,500 square feet. So they're adopting the 2018 IRC or keeping their version of it for homes under 2,500 square feet, and then adopting the 2024 IRC for homes over 2,500 square feet. We feel that given our breakdown of house sizes and our limited staff and essentially ability to disseminate and apply different codes when reviewing all these different permits, we're proposing to make the 2018 IRC with local amendments applicable to all single-family homes, regardless of size.
Okay.
And Cody's here to answer any specific questions related to the IRC and some of our local amendments.
Yeah, I don't pretend to know much about any of this stuff. I'm going to defer a little bit to our local tradesman over here, James. I know he's got much more knowledge in this than I do.
Yeah, my only concern is making sure that, like we've talked about before, with the A2L refrigerants and the new HVAC, that's taken care of and addressed appropriately, because that is not a 2018 thing, that is a 2025 thing. I can appreciate that we're bringing these up, and with our builders already building at 2018 codes, that helps, but do we know if they're really building them at 2018? Because the gentleman before said we weren't, and they was going to raise our prices up another $15,000. So that's another concern of mine. If they're already building it, and then
Wait, who's in Spring Hill? They're building at the 2018 codes?
They're designing the homes to the 2018.
Oh, for being future use?
Yes.
Or future builds?
So they're
Okay, I'm
the
sorry, I
same
misunderstood.
houses
Yes, okay.
all
sorry.
around in the area, and they're not, because the 18 requirements surpass what we require on the 06 code, they don't want to have a separate plan just for Spring Hill. so they build the same thing here that they're
Right.
already building in the 18 required areas, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
So by and large, this gives us the ability to enforce at that level to make sure that they're meeting those standards as opposed to just hoping that that's what they're doing, because the standards that we currently have in place are
Subpar.
Yes,
less strict.
yes. And the Senate bill requires us to use a version of the 2018. And so we could, if directed to do so, we could go take a look at Gardner's version of the 2018 with their own local amendments, or Lenexa's with their own version of their local amendments. Some cities are trying to kind of circumvent this by adopting the 2024 code with local amendments that essentially equal the 2018 code. And so ultimately, because of the way that language or that Senate bill was drafted, as it wasn't written by code professionals,
Right.
Mainly, other people with interests outside of that, it left some things vague. And so how this all plays out may end up in court one day, but rather than being forced to use another city's, if we were to find that we weren't complying with this, someone could potentially find that we need to use somebody else's version. So we thought it best to bring forward a version that we were comfortable with.
I appreciate that consideration for sure.
And Cody, what are your thoughts as far as, implementing this? It sounds like most of the builders are working towards this, so there shouldn't be a huge change from what you're seeing.
Yeah, like Mike said, when we sat down with them at the stakeholders meeting, we spent most of the time talking about storm shelters. They, across the board, felt they were already building to this standard of the 2018, and they had no concerns with us moving to it.
Okay. What about addressing James's, I know he's talked about there's been a lot of changes over the last 10 years.
Was that specifically in regards to like the energy code?
No, yeah, to the HVAC code, the mechanical code.
Yeah, so, and we had to make a decision, so, there's multiple compliance paths in the IRC, just to keep it simple, so a builder can choose, through 2 or 3 different paths on how they wanna meet the energy code. Rough percentage, 95-ish% of builders in Kansas are choosing the HERS method. And so that's almost what everyone's doing. So as part of that, they have to meet a certain score, and us as a jurisdiction, we have to decide what that score is going to be. The score table runs from like 60 to 100. The higher the score, the less strict or stringent your code is for energy, which would affect your HVAC and stuff like that. So some of the surrounding jurisdictions, they're 60, 62, and like the gentleman stated when he came up to spoke, he said that he'd like to see that we are proposing to adopt a HERS rating of 80, rather than being lower at the 60 and being stricter, but those are such an improvement from the 06 anyways, even that higher HERS rating at 80. And then, I think it's a good spot to be with the energy code because we can get a lot stricter with it. But there's also some national stuff going on right now where folks are starting to talk about that maybe the energy code has gotten too strict. So I think that we kept that in mind with the proposal of a HERS of 80, not coming in real strict with it, because I just feel like it's a good spot to be with.
And Councilmember Savage and I've had that conversation, specifically related to the refrigerant type within the HVAC systems, correct? And
Yes, the new A2Ls are flammable, so that's a big concern to me. And it's a government requirement as of last year. You can't even buy the old refrigerant. Every refrigerant made is an A2L refrigerant and requires special sensors for that if there were a leak because it is combustible.
Okay, gotcha. I don't know anything about refrigerants. So might have to talk to you.
Well, yeah, we can talk.
And figure out a little more about that, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are planning to bring forward the full 2025 or 2024 version of the codes later this fall. And so if this is approved tonight, or if we're directed to find some answers to these questions, we can certainly do that as well. Or we could, whatever we adopt, we can clean up to make sure that that's, to see how other cities are doing this, and reach out specifically to the building officials of those communities that are on the 18s to figure out how they're accommodating the new refrigerant type.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be, I guess that was my next question is, how often are we planning to update this? Because obviously we didn't do it for a long time. And
This would just, we're planning to do it this term for the 2018s. And then we can even modify that date as to when when it's applicable. But our goal is to then bring forward the full balance of the 2024 codes. We never want to be the first city out of the gate to adopt all of these things. We also certainly don't want to be the last.
Yeah.
And we have typically, we missed a few cycles, if you will.
yeah, that was kind of my question is what is the cycle typically, so that we know kind of going forward? Is it every kind of 3 or 4 years that we look to update, or is it?
Go ahead.
Well, so the code council puts out new code books every 3 years.
Okay.
Most jurisdictions aren't updating to the newest code book every 3 years. A lot of places are doing every other places do every third, so it just depends.
So if we do 2024, we're gonna be pretty dang close to the next one coming out, yeah. So, no, I think that's a good plan. I just was kind of curious, because I didn't know if it was every other year or how often they came out with a new.
So it could be as often as every 3 years if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But I think most places kind of stick with.
I like the plan of being in the middle. We don't want to
Yeah.
be first, we don't want to be last either.
It's nice to have an opportunity to get some lessons learned.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that way we can pick up from some of those lessons as more and more cities in the metro move to the 24 codes, which I would say a lot of them have now.
Okay.
A year ago, it was still relatively new.
Right.
And so we can certainly reach out and ask those specific questions related to the mechanical code and how that would apply to the 2018 IRC, or, the 2024 IBC, which is for commercial structures.
I think this is a fair step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's a
Like I said,
qualitative
if
read,
we're,
in my opinion, yeah.
if we're continuing to go forward, it makes a big difference, so. I'm okay with this as long as, like I said, I'm trusting your guys' expertise on this to put us in the right direction. So,
We feel that we are.
I love it.
any questions or comments out there? I would like to maybe just follow up with us on the refrigerant stuff, because I think that could be a big deal. I know that's,
Mike and I will meet about it and
Cool.
talk about it a little bit more, go in depth.
all right.
Thank you, bud.
Thanks.
If there's no other
Thank you, gentlemen.
questions or comments, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve agenda item number 13 as stated.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and this is a ordinance, so be a roll call.
Mrs. Crevere,
Yes.
Mr. Grant,
Yes.
Mr. Delgado,
Yes.
Mr. Savage,
Yes.
Mr. Thron,
Yes.
Mayor Young.
Yes.
Ordinance 2026-21 passes 600.
All right, that moves us into item number 14. Consider approval of change orders number 4, number 5, number 6 with Superior Bowen Asphalt Company LLC for the 199th Street Ridgeview to Renner improvements.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, these are 3 change orders for the 199th Street project. The first one, change order number 4, but the first one before us tonight, is has to do with the material used to backfill on the pipes, mostly the storm sewer pipes on that project. It was an oversight there was in the specifications, our preference and plan all along for the longevity of the project was to use a product called flowable fill. Think of it as a little light duty concrete. But the specifications in the plans didn't absolutely require flowable fill. So it was bid without flowable fill. We got in and said, yeah, that's still the product that we want to use. So there's a cost associated with that. We worked with the contractor to look at the cost of the flowable fill, but then subtracted out the cost for the backfill that was originally planned. So it's not this change order doesn't represent the full cost of the flowable fill, but the difference between the two products. So that one is a total of $17,360.49. Change order number 5 has to do with some temporary drainage pipe. Once we got in and had the temporary roadway built, it became clear, and it was one of those things that wasn't clear and evident looking at plans on paper, but once we saw it in the field, there were some drainage issues created by the construction of that temporary roadway, and we needed to get some pipes in to get that water to drain more effectively. So that second change order is an additional $6,435.65 to allow for the installation of those temporary pipes for drainage purposes. And finally, the larger dollar amount item has to do with embankment, or what I refer to as cut and fill. And there was a big change from the estimated quantities when the plans were put together versus you get out and start doing it. It's one of the hardest things to estimate when putting plans together on that cut and fill. You're measuring it by the cubic yard of dirt or material, but how compacted was the soil that you're taking out? What kind of compaction do you need to get going back in? It can have a significant difference on how much material is required. So this change order doesn't really represent any new elements to the contract. It's just calculation of the actual quantities installed versus what the estimated quantities in the bid. So this is a new number, not a new bid item, not a new project item. No change to the scope, just an extension of the quantities and really getting those current actual quantities in versus what was in the plans, and that is in the amount of $97,105.77. I think it's worth noting this project was, luckily came in about $1.4 million, a little over $1.4 million under budget. So even with these changes in quantities and unexpected costs, we're still in good shape. We also went back and even checked the bids, and we are still below what the second low bidder amount was. Not that that really means anything contractually, but I think it just helps to know where we're at and make sure that we're in a good spot moving forward. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
So more interest than anything with change item number 4, the flowable backfill or the flowable fill product as a whole. Why did we opt for that versus an alternative?
So the flowable fill, especially when you're trying to compact around a round pipe, you put that pipe, you cut a straight-sided ditch, and then you put a round pipe in it, and you're trying to put that material back in and get it compacted. It's really difficult to accurately and fully compact that material, especially on the underneath sides of that pipe. And flowable fill, as the name would suggest, is flowable. So think about something like a pancake batter kind of thing. So it will move in underneath the haunches of the pipe. It will fill those crevices and voids much more effectively than trying to mechanically or manually get native soil or an AB3 gravel or something else in there. So it's more effective and less apt. I won't even call it user error, but it is really difficult to get that compaction all the way around a round pipe. So the flowable fill works much better.
And I'm assuming that's going to help over time with settling, erosion, things like that.
Exactly.
Keep those pipes where they need to be for longer, so hopefully we don't
keep the pipes where they need to be and keep the road where it needed to be. One of the big problems with settlement is if you don't get that compaction and that ground settles, it creates a void between the bottom of the pavement and that soil, that over time the pavement's gonna fail, and then that's not only an expensive fix, but then we're disrupting traffic again. So it's more expensive, but I really feel that product is still in our best interest long term.
Awesome.
And how deep are we into this to where we won't see any significant change orders going forward? Because I know you were saying we're a little bit what we're under on budget, but
Yeah,
is that kind of an assumption that we'll finish that way, or is there going to be quite a bit bigger?
Yeah, I mean,
you can't really guess, but you know.
But yes, where we're at in the process of construction and how long the contractor has been on site, they've had time to think about and flesh out,
bigger surprises,
anything different. And they've got that plan of attack, and here's what we're going to need to do. Here's what was called out in the contract versus what's going to need to be done to complete it. So I can't say that we won't have any more, but we are definitely well past the midway point, and I would not expect nearly as many change orders going forward as we've had early on.
Well, I figure we'll have nominal ones, but for the most part, I'm thinking big, $500,000 ones.
Yeah, I think if we see them now, they will be more like that change order 6, where it's just that the quantities were different.
Yeah,
It's the same item, just the dollar amount is changing because the actual quantities are gonna vary some from the planned quantities. That's more likely what we'll see going forward than, oh, hey, we didn't account for this.
Right. I just like where we are, and I want to keep it there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Same.
So
Any questions?
Oh, sorry. So the flowable fill has not been done yet, correct? We're approving to.
Honest, in some places it has been done. It was one of those where those were some of the pipes that had the road completely closed, and we needed to get that backfill done in order to get the road opened back up. So, staff directed them, yes, put it back in. We'll work out the change order and work the pricing out, but understanding that in the grand scheme of a $7+ million project, of that $17,000 expense versus keeping 199th Street closed for days longer while we went through this process, staff made the call that, hey, let's approve it and in the field, let's get the change order cleaned up later.
To my understanding, that's well within your guys' purview legally to do that.
Yeah.
Well, also, technically, that particular one's small enough, you probably could just approve it without coming to us, too.
Yeah, we talk a lot about it, and you talk about it, and we absolutely take to heart that transparency piece, and council approved a contract for a certain amount, and if that's changing, we want to make sure we get that before you, but yeah, there are times, especially with the smaller amounts, and in the interest of keeping the project moving, we'll authorize it and come back with more of a accounting cleanup exercise like this.
So my husband is a superintendent for commercial construction, and so he tells me all the time about change orders and things like that, and things that weren't in the contract, things that got missed, whatever. And so I, being on his side of things, since he is the superintendent, I get a little finicky and persnickety about change orders and how, well, whose fault was that? Because, it falls on him being the superintendent. But in this case, however, I mean, that's cost of doing business, and that's the right call in this situation, like you said. So yeah, because it's going to be the longest lasting, the most forgiving, and the most sustainable. So, yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Still under budget, so I like that.
Yeah, we're still doing good on budget.
Can you? I'm sorry, I looked over this but then forgot because numbers are not my thing. What was the total budget for this? Can you?
If you scroll down a little bit, it's
I
on that.
can't see.
8.679.
Okay, thanhank you. It's all fuzzy.
So we're at 7. Yeah, the screen's a little bit fuzzy.
Okay.
But it's 7252 is where we're at now. 7252 is where
Oh,
we're at.
perfect. Okay.
But 8679 was the budget.
Thank you. Awesome.
So that was kind of what I was saying. I'm like, if we can keep it closer to that 7.2, that's a big,
Amen.
big savings we've had based off our budget. So,
Yeah. Perfect.
all right. Questions or comments? Is that? I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve agenda item number 14 as stated.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Yours is so clear.
My screen's a little blurry too, so I don't know.
If you do.
I made it bigger, but then it's still, I guess it's better once you get here. This one?
Aces.
I did something earlier and it shrunk down and it got blurry and I was like, what?
Part of our annual eye exam.
I thought maybe I'm just getting older. Who knows? Okay.
Apparently I
Let me
did
try
a
'em.
close out of something on the right side and it cleared things up.
That's, I touched something earlier.
Mr. IT over here is helping me out. Thank you. I apologize, guys.
James is a man of many talents.
I'm still learning.
All right, item number 15, consider approval of amendment number 1 to a professional services agreement with Crossland Heavy Contractors, Inc. to provide design services for the wastewater treatment facility.
So Mayor and Council, this is a continuation of an item we've talked about several times, most recently a work session last month out at the wastewater treatment plant. I've got a few slides. I just want to go through a little bit of a background and get you, just kind of remind everyone how we got to where we're at now, give you a little update, what's happened in the last month, and an idea of things going forward. The big question, why? This project is a large expenditure. I haven't done this research, but I think it's safe to say, will be the largest expenditure that Spring Hill has made to date. So it certainly makes sense to ask the question, why? Why are we doing this? Do we really need to spend this much money? This chart up here, we've shown you before. This is looking at wastewater flows relative to our treatment capacity. And we are currently, under our total treatment capacity. If you look at the exploded version up kind of in the top left, we look a little closer. The first part of that line in the, I don't know if that's dark blue or black color, those are known projects. That is either actual current flows or subdivisions, home projects that have already been approved, platted. Those are homes that we know are coming or we're committed to. Then it begins to, so that first several years on there, I feel like were pretty well known numbers. Then there are 3 different lines. All of those represent just residential growth, future residential growth in the community at a few different rates. So it's 8%, 6%, 4% growth. Our crystal ball, kind of like our computer screens, aren't always that clear. And so we gave a few different percentages in there so that we could kind of show the range of possibilities in terms of growth in the community and the impact that will have on wastewater flows. I think the big takeaway from this, in terms, going back to that initial question of why are we doing this? Do we have to spend that much money? And it really comes down to that, the fact that within about 3 to 5 years of residential, our current residential growth, we're going to be at our maximum treatment capacity. And so beyond that, then we're facing the unpleasant choice of saying no to future growth and development in the community, simply not because we don't want it, but because we won't be able to handle the wastewater or accommodate the wastewater flows. Let me move ahead. So just to refresh, this is the overall site, the entire piece of property that the city purchased down on Woodland Road near 239th Street. I'll zoom in a little closer. The red is future, way out future, but the purple and blue colors are more current and relevant.
Excuse me.
So everything shown in blue is what we are proposing to build now. The purple is just us trying to be good stewards of the tax dollars and plan ahead and know that what we build today is not going to meet the needs of the community forever. And we want to have a good path forward where we can add to that without undoing everything that we're investing in right now. So Blue is current proposed treatment plant up to 5 million gallons a day. And then just trying to show that we have planned for the ability to double that to a 10 million gallon per day treatment capacity at whatever point in the future that's needed. And kind of going back to that earlier graph, that could be, you know, anywhere from, I think it was around 2031 to 2061. So there's a big range in there. But either way that you look at it, it's, I think, clear that this plan and this 5 million gallons of treatment capacity will meet the community's needs, you know, well into the future. And then we have that plan for expansion beyond. So we talked a little, let me back up one. Since the work session, the design team has gone back, taken the information from that work session out at the wastewater treatment plant and adjusted this site plan and the plan to reflect some of the process changes that we talked about, the budget number that was set, and really worked to get those treatment elements in, working within the budget that we have. Some of the things that we talked about, I won't go through all the details of this, but we talked about the UV disinfection building, or it wasn't a building in the most stripped down value engineered version. This is back to a full traditional building and is adding more of the elements in that budget number that you all that we talked about before allowed for building some of that back in. So this reflects that. Now what we've done is earlier the design team came up with a basis of design report, but we've made changes to the plan and we've value engineered and we've set a budget. So we need to back up a little bit and develop a new basis of design report to submit to the state that will, you know, act as that concept plan and starting place that the rest of the design will be built upon. So the action item before you, we've been working under a professional services contract with the Crossland Heavy Black & Veatch design build team. And the reason that we've been working under a professional services agreement, we will ultimately be going to a traditional progressive design build process and contract. But we're trying to preserve the flexibility for the city. This is a big investment with a lot of moving parts. So we're trying to avoid locking the city into a, you know, multi-million-dollar commitment until we're really comfortable that this is the direction that we want to move. So the approach that we've taken is this professional services agreement for design, which you all have approved initially to get this design started. That was establishing setting the limits and the dollar amounts and the scope of work for this design work that's got us to this point. Moving forward, we need to redo that basis of design report. We need to redo a lot of the materials that will get submitted to the state for permitting, and we need to get started even further into the design process for the wastewater treatment plant. What we're proposing right now is to amend or extend that professional services agreement, and that'll let the design team keep going and get a little further in design and take us through to the point where we're ready to then later graduate to that full design build contract. There are costs, of course, associated with this professional services amendment, but there are no requirements and no commitments by the city beyond that design effort. We aren't committed to build anything under this professional services agreement. If we get further down the design and we're all in agreement, yes, we're headed down the right path, this is the right method, this is the right budget, the right scope, the right time, then we can bring back that design build contract. And even in that, there are a few more off ramps, if you will. And this is just showing, we're estimating, say, in January of 2027, bringing back that design build contract. And then later, middle of 27, there would be another guaranteed maximum price developed. And we could even do kind of a partial package where they will tell us, all right, this is what it will cost to get going with the site work, earthwork, foundation work, hard, bid numbers, and then still estimates on the rest of it because they're still working on the design. Then toward the end of 27, beginning of 28 would be another guaranteed maximum price, and that would be kind of the final one where the design is far enough along they've been able to remove a lot of the contingency and give a good hard price. So we aren't committed beyond each step. Is the overall approach and philosophy. All of that to say, and kind of going back, that's the background. That's kind of reminding you and bringing you up to speed with where we're at on this process. The action item before you tonight is to consider that amendment to that existing professional services agreement. It'll update the basis of design report. Let the team begin the detailed design work. Now that we have the concept plan worked out, they can continue working with us on securing the SRF and WIFIA financing, and keep it moving. What we don't want to have happen, we really don't have time going back to that earlier calendar, is to have things stop. So we're trying to keep this moving in phases where we've always got enough scope and budget that the team can keep moving and still not commit us too far. So it's just that stair-step effort. The total amount for the amendment to the professional services agreement is $4,330,498. There is a long list of very detailed scope of services in your packet on what we're getting and all of the services that they are providing. I've just scratched the surface of it tonight. The team from Crossland Heavy, Black and Veatch is here if we've got detailed questions, but staff recommends approval of this professional services agreement to let the process keep moving forward. And like I said, it still preserves our ability to make changes and adjust and adapt as this project develops. Happy to answer any questions you have.
So this is obviously a large dollar amount, and it's only going to get larger as we get further on through the project. I'm going to spare Rhonda the very broad question tonight because I understand that there's a lot of moving pieces in making a project like this work for a city with our budget. But with that being said, as far as what we're paying for tonight, what we're agreeing to pay for tonight, my real concern about this investment that we're putting in the city's future, which is something I think most of us agree with, is something the city's been in dire need of for a long, long time. I've been here now for coming up on 2 years, and the amount of work we've had to do to get to the point where we can start setting our predecessors up with some kind of a successful infrastructure has been a long time coming, and I think this is like one of our first biggest steps in that direction. So with that being said, the dollar amount that we're spending, as far as when we say we're getting these services from them and we decide for whatever reason, this is purely hypothetical, this isn't that I'm advocating for any changes of direction moving forward, but just for a purely hypothetical, what are we entitled to keep from the services that they're providing us up to this point? Any information that they provide us, is that something that at any point we'll be able to take somewhere else or table and put down and it be viable for use down the road?
Yes, yeah, anything that they've, any work product that they have done, you know, as a part of this for us, you know, is ours. Yeah, so, and the total amount is up to this 4.3 million. We, you know, we are contractually obligated to pay them for the services that they have rendered to date.
Right.
So if, again, that hypothetical, something unexpected happens and we're $2 million into this effort and it stops, then that is the extent of our financial obligation. It's to pay them for the work they have done up to this 4.3 million. It's not just a blanket $4.3 million because, you know, simply because we signed this amendment.
Gotcha.
But technically, it's just an NT. Sorry. It's just like a not to exceed.
Yes, it is their estimate, looking at that scope of work and all of the effort that's gonna go into it, and they believe this is the cost to get us to that point. But again, it's, you know, it's billed out and it's work done hourly, so, we will build up to this amount. It's not a all or nothing.
My last kind of overarching statement here is, again, back to setting a foundations for the future of Spring Hill. We've got a history of people having a struggle with making the courageous decision to take on these larger projects for the good of not only the needs we have today, but for later. And this is no small dollar amount. It's only going to get bigger. This is the kind of work that most of us were elected to do, was looking forward and finally having an opportunity to not just operate off the back foot all the time. So for me, this is a big deal. This is a culmination of a lot of work from staff. This is what I screamed for before I decided to put my name in the hat to run, is getting to a point where Spring Hill can start thinking about the future and not constantly be playing catch up and trying to fix things that we messed up in the past. So just keeping that in focus for everybody, I think, is important.
Well, I thought it was interesting. Recently, I was talking to somebody who was kind of involved back when this wastewater treatment plant was built, and they thought back then it would last till about 25.
Right.
So it was pretty close. So when you look at this and we talk probably like 61, and that's really without even the growth of what can happen there, we really are setting up long term. And like we've talked about for the folks who've lived here their whole life, we've kind of always just done enough to get by, and now we're trying to get away from that a little bit and make sure we're setting it up. So I agree. It's a scary thing sometimes to jump into projects like this, but I think it's necessary. And, you know, when we look at these trends, and I don't think everybody realizes that's strictly housing. Like, we're not talking restaurants that use a ton of water and wastewater. We're not talking any kind of other, you know, uses that are out there that are, you know, typically happening in our growing city, which we don't have. We haven't had a big influx of restaurants yet, and I think we're on the verge of that happening soon, and this could kick us into high gear on this, you know. So I know we could sit and say, let's wait another 6 or 12 months to see what happens. I don't think we have that. I think we're kind of our backs against the wall, and we got to figure it out. We have those cheaper options, and we talked about all those options when we were at the wastewater treatment plant, and they just really don't make sense. And this is one of those things that we go and we say, well, you know, we're gonna go ahead and rebuild the engine rather than replace it. So I think at this point we just need to replace it and go move forward. So this is the right direction, and I like going with the 5 MGD because we talked about doing the 2.5. But again, long term, if we grow too quickly, we're gonna be in the same boat where we're spending a lot more money too. So
Construction costs,
yeah,
5 years from now are only going to go up.
yeah. So I think this is the right way to go. But yeah, I mean, this seems like I like this too, because again, if things get sideways with you guys, not saying it's going to, but if it does, I like having it out. I don't like saying, we're stuck with this whole bill. So also keeps them on their toes to make sure we're doing the right thing.
They've been great partners.
Yeah, they've been doing good so far, so let's keep it up. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Well, and I appreciate that we're starting on a fairly, it's bigger than the 2.5, but a fairly conservative size. And then, but the option is already built in with the plan to grow and expand in the future if need be, or we don't have to. If it all stalls out, we're not stuck. And so I really appreciate so far what I've seen. And I, like Chad said, I do feel like a lot of times we've been playing catch up, and I know some of the other surrounding towns, primarily one, I've seen fight growth, and it happens anyways, and they're struggling. They're always behind the 8 ball trying to catch up, and it's been rough, and it's been interesting to watch them. So I really appreciate that we're trying to get ahead of this, even though it is a tremendous amount of money. I mean, all of us sitting up here in city limits will all be affected, potentially, but I really appreciate the thought and the forethought into getting this going ahead of time, and not trying to play catch up, like you said, and struggling. So thank you guys for all the work that's gone in so far, and will go in, and I appreciate it. So
It's inevitable that we're gonna grow, and we absolutely need this right now, so.
Well, I agree kind of with everybody else. Long-term planning is key. And if we are planning not just for 2 years down the road or 4 years down the road, but 20, I mean, that's what we need to do across the board. And this is a good start.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I said, I think about that when they say 25, and I'm like, they didn't have any idea the growth we were going to have.
no.
And it's like, oh crap.
Now they're lucky. And
Is
by
it-
all
We got
metrics,
lucky that it
It was
lasted
built
that
in
long.
the year 2000, right?
I think it was right at 2000 or 2001.
Yeah.
When it was like.
Which we were what, like 3,000-4,000 people?
Yeah, no, it was next to nothing
Oh my
compared to
gosh,
now.
yeah.
So it's interesting how you folks in this world, as you build these, know this stuff when, we're looking at it and like, that seems crazy.
Yeah.
It should last 100 years, but how much we're doing.
So I think
And it's like, no, you're right. You're right within the range.
along those lines, I think it's important to note too that those trend marks that we had for, what did you say, 2, 4, and 6%?
4, 6, and 8.
4, 6, and 8, thank you. What was our growth last year? Do we have that number?
About 13%.
Around 13. So the reality is,
The last 5, we've averaged over the last 5 just under 11%.
right, so it's a hard thing to predict, but the trends are, we've got 5 years of data at this point saying that this is a necessity and we're heading in that direction, so.
And again, that's without, I don't think people realize how much water and wastewater restaurants have.
Yeah.
And those, as they stack up, can become a huge user. So, any other questions or comments on this? All right, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve agenda item number 15 as stated.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I think there was 2 of them, but no diving. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0-0. Jacob's got a lot tonight. Covering for Allison, huh?
Yes.
Let's see, number 16, consider approval of task order number 2026-01 with Merge Midwest for the survey and design of a temporary signal pole at the intersection of 183rd Street.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is actually related to the upcoming traffic signal at 191st and 169, but with the understanding that while that intersection is under construction, it's going to push traffic elsewhere, and one of those locations is, we fully anticipate 183rd and 169 seeing significantly more traffic than it does today. So to try to get out in front of that, be a little proactive instead of reactive, we want to look at and have talked with KDOT about putting a temporary traffic signal up at 183rd and 169 to be in use during the construction of the permanent signal at 191st and 169, with the hope that maybe it kind of begins to set travel habits and patterns, and the hope is that with some future development that will grow into a permanent, the need for a permanent signal at 183rd. But right now, we're talking about a temporary signal to help with the congestion that's going to come as a result of the work at 191st. The item before you is a task order with Merge Midwest, a traffic engineer, for the survey and design of that temporary signal for 183rd and 169. The total dollar amount is $25,474. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
I don't have any questions, but I just want to say I'm really happy that KDOT is working with us on this. This was something that I was really concerned about, only because if you ever go to that west side of town that a lot of us don't hit, it's county road between 191st and 199th, and that's a gravel road. So for that whole neighborhood of Dayton Creek, there is no good way to get across if we shut that cross section down. If we shove too many people to 175th, it can be probably even more detrimental. So this is going to give that alternate route on all paved road. Like you said earlier, we're going to have a lot of students driving here. It's going to be, a rough time of year to do this, but I think it's going to be a really helpful thing to have. In the meantime, again, a lot of development in that area too that kind of dependent on a stoplight at that intersection. So I think even long term, it gives us an idea of what it looks like and if that's really going to work. And so I think it's kind of a twofold. It's going to be helpful. I know not everybody's in favor of having stoplights, but unfortunately, that's just the option we have at this point. So I think this is a good thing. I'm really happy. I appreciate you guys really pushing on. I think Allison was really instrumental in this. So I know she's not here, but thumbs up to her for working.
Credit where credit is.
Is this gonna be a timed light, or is it gonna have a sensor to detect if there's cars there waiting, or am I gonna have to wait 5 minutes and then illegally run a red light?
That is part of what this task order is. One of the things that the traffic engineer will look at is what is the best timing system and mechanism for that. Is it strictly timed on recall, or is it are there sensors there? And that's part of this task order, is doing that traffic engineering evaluation to see, given the traffic levels and patterns, what's going to make the most sense.
Awesome.
Is there, not really for the 183rd, but is there a drawing or a design anywhere of what the light will look like the signals and things at the intersection? Because Ivan just clocked me. My brain broke when I was trying to picture what all of with the crossing and all the stoplights, what it would look like, and I can't remember seeing one.
For this temporary signal or the permanent?
Either of them.
So we do have drawings for the proposed signal at 191st with the permanent signal. I don't have any drawings yet. That most of the time, and again, the engineer will have to look at span distances and loads and things, but oftentimes these temporary signals are wood poles with a span wire all the way across, and the signal
Good example is probably the bridge
hang from them
right now.
I just meant where the lights were gonna be, because they have entrances onto the highway, and so that's why I was trying to picture that in my brain, how that would work. And
I would assume that after we approve this, we'll have all that information.
Yeah, because they haven't really given us a good,
where is that drawing for the one at 191st? Just so
that's what I'm saying. We haven't really gotten one.
Oh, haven't even gotten that.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
No. That's what I'm saying. We haven't really gotten a good one because it's gone back and forth so many
Gotcha.
times.
Okay, I was afraid I was missing something.
And when KDOT took over, I think there's been even some more
Perfect. Okay.
lag on that.
Then I'm
But
not as behind as I felt.
yeah,
And if we do move forward with this, how much would a temporary light cost us? Is it something that we're renting, or is it something that
It would be purchased. I don't know that we necessarily rent it. Once those things are pulled out, there's minimal.
we just moved it like 250
value
once
left.
we're done with it.
I don't know, and that again, I don't seem like I don't have any answers for you. But again, part of this design effort will be to develop that engineer's estimate of cost as well.
I just say when this one's done, we swap it to another intersection and just tell KDOT, we're just gonna keep moving it.
Have lights, will travel.
Move this one 215th after, see how it goes. But yeah, no, I think this is a good move. I'm happy it's happening, especially during the construction portion, because that was a
yes.
big concern of mine. And so, I think it'll be good. I think we'll see kind of how it works. I think, like, if you look at Gardner, they really struggled when those first came in, and every time I go over there, I think it's so much better than it used to be.
100%.
So I know a lot of people still complain, but somebody's gonna complain about everything. So I think at the end of the day, it just makes it a way better transition. Not necessarily that first one on the bridge, but the one over kind of by
The timing as a whole
by
is just
Perkins
better.
too,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think just, with those turns, anything is gonna be better. So I'm happy about it.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments?
No.
All right.
time frame for the survey?
They're both survey and design, they're estimating to be completed by the beginning of October this year, so relatively short duration.
All right, perfect. If no other questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve agenda item number 16 as stated.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0-0. All right, now we're on item number 17, consideration of separation agreement of Lane Massey, and that'll be Spencer Lau, our city attorney.
All right, thank you very much. The city recently terminated the employment agreement of its former city administrator, Lane Massey. Part of that agreement, which was approved by the city back in October of 2025, is a separation payment. It's worked in. It's a standard term for city administrator, city manager contracts, statewide, nationwide. So the amount that was part of this is 12 months salary plus accrued vacation. That is the same amount that was in that agreement back in October of 2025. So sort of the sum already certain, other than every year his salary changed a bit and then increased the numbers. But other than that, this is a separation agreement that kind of outlines how that payment will go, and then outlines Mr. Massey's some continued obligations to the city as far as helping to ensure a smooth transition for our interim city administrator and interim assistant city administrator. So other than that, happy to answer any specific questions, but it's in your packet and you've had a chance to review. So
I don't have any questions. Anybody else have any questions or comments?
Everything's fairly standard from my understanding, so I'm ready to move on.
Okay. All right, if not, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve agenda item number 17 as stated.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0-0. That concludes our formal action items, and we will move into, we have two discussion items tonight. The first one is fireworks. I don't know if we're gonna have much of a back and forth. I did kind of want this one to be a little bit, if there was any public comment at the time. I know we had some during citizen participation, but basically this year was probably, in my opinion, one of the bigger years for fireworks. I think it was some of the least amount of days that we've had of the last couple of years, because we had one that was like 7 days long. I think typically we try to handle these based off of giving 2 weekend nights for people to be able to shoot off fireworks. So it's not as easy as, I know we had a comment earlier of just doing the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Sometimes it's not necessarily that easy. We could make it that easy, but that's not how we've looked at it in the past. I think I had some concerns in certain areas of fireworks, and it's nothing outside of the legal limits that we have now. It's more about enforcing those legal limits. And so for me, I know, we've had some complaints. We always have some complaints, right? And as in large, you'll see the way that the fireworks displays happen. I think there's an overarching approval of them across the city. And so really all we can do is say, hey, these are issues that we saw or heard from our staff, and take consideration of what the community members who don't care for them are, and then try to just make it a little bit better every year. So this was kind of, we're close enough to it still. We can talk about what we all saw individually, what we heard from residents, and kind of at least give some direction to, I think, mainly to our police chief and to Adam, Captain Kahn, and Mike and Jacob, just kind of what we're thinking for next year, so that they can prepare and be ready for it. So couple ideas I had: kind of strict enforcement outside of the days we approve, and the times we approve. So, I know this year I was driving down the street and it was 11:15 and I saw fireworks going off. I'm like, come on guys, like, we got plenty of time to do it. And if we come across that, it's not a slap on the hand. We give it. I got a fireworks ticket when I was 17. It was a lot of money. I don't know how much we would put into place or how it is in place now, but believe me, that I stayed within the guardrails after that. And so sometimes you need that. Sometimes we need to get a little bit stricter. So I think I wanted to get your guys' opinion and see what everybody thought. And this year, I know we all partake in our own ways, and so.
I mean, we're lucky that as a city we allow fireworks here, and it just sucks that we have certain individuals that don't adhere to the rules and they ruin it for everybody else. So I wouldn't be opposed to throwing the book at them if they're doing it outside of the legal hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd like to figure out random people, citizens here in Spring Hill, going to different streets instead of doing it in front of their house.
Yeah.
Going in front of other houses, whether they're trying to upset somebody or they're just picking a random
Yeah, that's
cul-de-sac.
a little bit.
I mean, because I think that's what's happening over there in the Blackhawk area, is people are traveling over there, and that's a senior area, so they're doing it in front of their house.
Well, and I think one thing too is we probably need to, and Chief, you could start speaking to this maybe. I've heard different things of, the fire marshal says this, the fire department tells them this. What are our rules and regulations around where you fire, how you fire, all that
State
kind
and
of
city laws.
stuff?
Thank you. Let me, my computer logged me out of my session here, so let me get back over here so I can guide you appropriately.
We can send James up there.
No.
Mr. IT.
Yeah.
He solved all my problems over here. I don't know.
Okay, currently, one of the things that I heard mentioned in the public comment, and then I've heard before governing body discuss, is the idea of setting off fireworks or discharging fireworks on the street. Currently, our city ordinance under the code does allow for people to set fireworks off in the street. It currently prevents people from doing it in any gathering of persons in public parks, including golf courses and public parking lots of the city, unless the discharge is authorized by a display that you all approve. Within any building, that one seems pretty reasonable. And then from a moving car, doing it, setting them off in a car, so kind of obvious ones. I believe from historically, and Captain Khan could speak to this if I misspeak, or Spencer, but I believe there was a provision in the code before about setting fireworks off on public roadways, and it was somehow removed. Whether that was by accident or intentionally, I don't know, and that was probably before this council was governing the city. So that would be something, if you wanted to consider, I would just throw that out there to you, is that currently we can't enforce anybody setting fireworks off on a public street. If you wanted to confine it to private property or things like that, that would probably be something that would have to be an update to the city ordinance. I heard another thing I just wanted to kind of mention while I was up here, that the fire department prohibits the discharge of firearms, or discharge of fireworks, sorry. I'm sure they would disapprove of firearms.
No firearms.
Yeah, so that particular part of the code is a state-wide restriction, and it's only enforceable by the fire marshal. So we don't have jurisdiction under that particular code that I've heard several of our community members refer to. It's just not something that we have the ability to enforce, and there's not very many fire marshals in the state that are probably making that concentration to
Captain Khan said 3.
So it's good to have backup. But yeah, that's something else that I just wanted to make you aware of, is that that's something that is in the state regulations, but it's not anything that the police department can enforce. And typically from my perspective, this year we did take, I will admit that we did take a more probably relaxed approach to fireworks enforcement. That is the kind of the environment that I felt like the governing body wanted us to take on this particular issue. And so if it's your direction next year that we do a more strict enforcement of the fireworks times, we can certainly do that. I will let you know that we did have 26 total calls for service for fireworks. This is between June 24th and between June 24th and July 5th. 17 of those were taken before fireworks were legally able to be set off in the city. And a majority of those occurred in the evening, when we were getting those calls. And then during the legal time of being able to discharge them, we received 14 of them. And so, and most of those were more due to noise. In fact, all of them were mainly due to either they were setting them off before it was legal to do so, or when it was legal to do so, it was because of the noise, not necessarily because of after hours. We had 3 calls for service that involved after hours complaints. Now, that could just be that people just didn't feel like they wanted to call the police because, you know, there were so many people setting them off that they didn't think that we would be able to get to them, or maybe they just didn't want to call us. But we did only receive 3 calls for service that happened after 2300 hours or 11 p.m. at night. And one of those calls was in that 13 was because a dog ran off because of the fireworks. So there was one animal situation. But that kind of gives you a summation of what we dealt with when it came to the fireworks.
Chief, do you have any historical numbers from the years past? How does that stack up compared to the last 2 years or so?
Yeah, I apologize. I don't have those numbers, but what I'm told, and maybe Captain could speak to this, but I think it's pretty similar to our past years. Yeah, pretty steady. Okay. Adam, can you speak to, was this year's calls for service about similar to past years, what we dealt with?
Yeah, and I'll add the caveat that those 26 calls were responded to calls. We had several because of our kind of lower posture on them where we took those reports by phone. Those are catted as telephone calls, so it was hard to distinguish those from actual fireworks calls. But there were probably another couple dozen of those that were likely fireworks calls that are catted as telephone calls. Years past, we're pretty similar with that. You know, we've had fires related to, we had 2 vehicle fires last year and 1 house fire. And then the calls, I think last year was the year that we had kind of the extended time. So we got a lot more calls
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
So that year was probably the highest volume, but part of that was because people either didn't know that the time was extended or were just kind of getting tired of it by the time we got to the 4th and 5th of July. But I think if we're averaging it out with the way that we enforced it this year, we're probably right on par.
Yeah.
Do you know if the calls were like more region specific, whether it was more Miami versus Johnson or, you know?
Yeah, this is a very, I didn't do a real deep dive into the data, but most of them seem to be in the original downtown, the old town, I think is what we refer to it as. And then there were several that were south of 215. So I think the majority of them were in the old town and then a little bit south of 215th.
Okay.
Chief, is there a way to even just put up signs or something in, like when Linda spoke, is there any way, because they just have, in those villas, I believe it's just 1, maybe 2 streets in there. Is there a way to put signs up for no fireworks, to try and enforce that around the assisted living communities?
I mean, the property owners would be responsible for putting those signs up, and then they would just call us, and really we would probably be looking at other ordinance violations besides fireworks. It would be trespassing or you know, something like that if they weren't allowed to be on someone's private property setting off fireworks. So it could apply to other city ordinances that we could work with communities to. I would think more multi-family communities would be helpful to do. I don't know about neighborhoods.
Yeah, because I saw at the apartments there, off of 226th, I believe, they have the no fireworks signs and stuff like that. But that's property owner, not.
Yeah, they own those roads, so that's where it's a little bit different.
Oh,
compared to
gotcha.
Public street.
And we could ban it from there.
Oh, okay.
I was well, yeah, I don't know how that works. Could we do certain areas? That might be a Spencer question that they're not allowed.
Yeah, I think that might be a Spencer.
So it's titled access road, so I think it is private property.
Sorry, we were looking at everything. Say that again.
Do we have the ability to not allow fireworks in certain areas of town?
Certain streets.
Certain streets.
Be more specific.
I think you could work that out. Because the Kansas admin regs say none on the public right of way, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it would be easy to exempt out certain parts of town as no fireworks. I mean, enforcement's a back end kind of problem to sort through, but yeah, you could specifically isolate out almost
I
like you
think
do.
that's more of like if the apartment building, like say they're banning it, and they came to us and said, hey, can you ban the street that everybody goes out onto to do it, because we don't want them near the apartments at all. And I think he also owns all those duplexes. If he says, hey, I don't want them in my area at all,
Yeah.
whether we agree with that or not, like, I'm just wondering if that is something we could do.
I think he typically puts out signs.
I know he does, and for the apartments, yeah.
I mean,
I think that boils down to simple enforcement activity. If he calls specifically as a property owner and makes a complaint that people are using his private property, I feel like that's something that you guys would have the ability to enforce.
But that's I'm talking more the public street, the one that's outside of, that's where I guess a lot of people will go back there and do it.
Well, and the villas that she was talking about.
Yeah, those are still
connected.
public streets, yeah.
And so,
I think those are private streets.
Yeah, the villa, the road that goes through the villa, that's what we were looking
Oh,
at.
that is a private street?
Okay.
You had asked about, you had asked about signage in that area. That would be on them because that, we were just trying to determine, is that a private road or a public
Sure.
road? It appears to be a private road.
okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, kind of with all this being said, I've got some ideas that I think would be like effective ways to kind of pursue this. We've got a whole year to kind of spitball and bounce some of these ideas off of each other. But we've got our new committee that's set up. I feel like community improvement falls in the line of how do we make holidays more engaging, more fun for people. We did a really good job. I think you and the rec specifically did a great job engaging some of the local volunteer groups when it came time for storm cleanup and things like that. I think that if we started tapping the city for the people, the young people specifically who are looking for opportunities to volunteer and be part of the community, a citywide cleanup day after the 4th of July, specifically targeting these areas where we've got retirement communities that aren't able to do some of the harder things like cleaning their pools, cleaning up their backyards, their roofs. I think getting young men and women out there to help their community and see if there are opportunities where we can get that organized, I think would be a fantastic use of that committee's time. And potentially some education opportunities for our PD to give everybody a brief overview of here is what the city ordinances read. Have between Facebook, Instagram, and all the other social media platforms we use, have worked with Jenna to put together some. Here's what we want you to, or here's how we want you to be able to have fun this year. Here's the rules. Here's where you can do your things. Putting together some kind of a citywide education campaign, I think would be a really, really effective way of trying to make sure, or at least garner some compliance with our rules as a whole. I think you hit the nail on the head. The sheer volume that we were able to reach in Spring Hill is the best consensus we can have for any decision we make here, that Spring Hill loves their fireworks.
Yeah.
I think one of the saddest things that I feel like as we've had people come up and talk about this is they to me it seemed like they felt like they weren't being listened to, they weren't being respected, they weren't being cared about. And to me that's people that are not necessarily feeling like they're welcome in the community that they live in. So I don't think there's any law that we can set here that's going to make somebody feel connected to their community, but sending volunteers and people to help them willing to go through and help them work on some of those complaints and make it more tolerable, if nothing else, I think might go miles to helping them feel like they're more part of the community. And that's the whole point of the 4th of July, in my opinion, when it comes here, is celebrating together as a community our independence and all the freedoms that we do have. And as you look up to our northern brothers and sisters in Johnson County, it is getting more and more and more locked down. It's getting more and more restricted. There's less and less of a sense of community. People are becoming more and more separated. There's more rules dictating you can do this here, you can't do this here, you got to stay away from this. And I just don't want, for me, I don't want Spring Hill to get to the point where we can't be a community, because the minute you start legislating and dictating what you can and can't do, where and when you can't, that's when people stop gathering, because it's so complicated.
Yeah.
So I think we've got some resources in hand that are probably untapped, and I'm excited to see what they can come up with. And I think I think the foresight was there that we can start to engage that committee and find some creative ways to make people feel more sound or more heard.
Hey, Chief, I know this is a big ask for you to do as far as enforcing everything within the city. Will you have enough manpower to enforce this throughout the fourth season?
I mean, yes, it'll take some overtime.
Yeah, we'll have to do some overtime.
Because we'll have to, probably have 2 people just dedicated to handling those kind of calls, and then, but yes, I think we can handle it.
Okay.
Without any problem.
And then as far, I know when I worked in Ottawa, if we found somebody lighting off fireworks illegally, we would confiscate the rest of their fireworks. Would that be something that we would do here, or would it just be a citation?
Yeah, typically we'd have to work through that, but yes, if we found somebody discharging fireworks illegally, usually we would confiscate those. We're gonna have to develop a program to safely dispose of those. So I do have some familiarity with that from my previous organization and how we dealt with fireworks and how we kept what we needed to just show for the court that this is what a sample of what they had, and then we had a safe place to store them until they could be disposed of properly.
So since they aren't necessarily illegal, it's more of a outside of allowed time. Will we still want to confiscate, or will we just want to take evidence of?
I think it would be kind of like a case by case basis. We'd want to have some flexibility in it. We wouldn't have a hard and fast rule, because you might have, an adult who's legally able to possess fireworks, but they're just setting them outside the normal hours. That would be a ticket and a warning. If you have a juvenile, someone under 18 who's not being supervised, and they're setting them off, then that might be a part where we confiscate the fireworks.
I think so, yeah. So, yeah, I'm in that realm of, because we obviously allow to purchase prior to the shoot-off date. I think if maybe you've got some sitting out in the street and it's a day before, those get confiscated. They're not supposed to be out here, and you're actively trying to light them. If they've got them all in the garage and they had one out there, and hey, I think that's a different scenario. So I think, yeah, if we keep a good generalization, I wouldn't want to get too crazy with confiscating if we don't have to, only because now if it's bottle rockets or whatever, then I think that's fine.
Yeah, things that are prohibited or things that are prohibited.
Sure.
I'm in full support of having additional officers on duty throughout that time frame. Giving them full autonomy to be a little bit more strict in those time frames that it's not allowed, especially the days before. I think that was probably the biggest issue. There was fewer and farther between after the 5th. It was the
time leading up.
It was the couple days before that we got, more issues.
Sure.
So that would be where my support lies, is I think we start issuing citations for it. I think we do the education portion, and I'm sure a lot of it's gonna have to do with how people are, I thought today we could already because I bought them today. That's a different conversation than, it's America, I'll do what I want.
Well, and yeah.
Right.
And I think I could have done a better job of getting the word out.
No, and we didn't give you any direction, so it's not on you at all.
You were responding to our requests, because we were all excited about the same thing. So it's if anybody's to blame, it's on this side of the aisle today.
I think something that would be beneficial too is all the fireworks stands, if we have a giant poster that says what time it is. I've seen small, tiny ones, but nobody ever reads those. If you have a big one, like, hey, legal between the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, that might help alleviate a lot of the knowledge issue.
I would entertain using, that we have a fund specific to the city council for specific things. So for that holiday, maybe printing out as our vendors come in to get their permits, we send them the signage that we need them to set up with. Is that something?
A certain size or something, so that
something large and visible that we provide to them as vendors, since they're coming and bringing us all the goods, something that we can give to them and say, this is our education piece that we'd like you to put out. So everybody knows as they're purchasing, clear as day, this is what the city expects of you.
I think that's a great idea for when they get their permit, they get that sign too.
Yeah, I'm for all that kind of stuff, because that's half the battle, knowing's half the battle. Right?
Yeah, just getting the information out there is everything.
Yeah, agree.
And then my last thing, actually I got 2 more things. As far as banning it from the street and doing it on private property, I think that's a bad idea, because now you're gonna have fireworks closer to the house.
Yeah, I think
now we're gonna need the fire department to come out and take care of some fires. So I hope we don't want to go that route. And then clean up. we do something about 24 hours or 12 hours after the day that it needs to be done? Because I've seen some places, a couple days after, and there's still debris out in the street.
I think that's a little tough only because if it's constant for 3 or 4 days. You know, it's
Are
hard
there
to say.
24 hours after
Right.
the-
Are
After
there,
the last.
Oh, after like the 5th, yeah. No, that's, I think.
and I would assume that there are already laws in place that prevent people from just putting things in the middle of the road and leaving there unattended, right?
Yeah, I believe there, I mean, I'm sure there is littering and other things that we could enforce if we needed
So I feel like we've got some options there that don't require any additional ordinances, just about kind of focusing on the priorities and what enforcement we wanna pursue.
And I think, again, it's like you said, it's the information we put out too. Hey, you know, you got 24 hours to clean up. If you need help, this is an avenue that we've got, we've put together to say, even if it's not yours, you know, that's the big thing too, is that, I know that was the biggest complaint was, none of it was mine. A couple of Facebook posts I got screenshotted to me where somebody gonna come pick up their fireworks in my yard. I'm like, you know.
Say it, and that's again, that's that sense of community that we need to develop, because in my neighborhood, we don't all spend a lot of time together, but when it comes time to clean up from the 4th of July, we get out there with brooms, at least we clean it up.
I mean, my neighbor across the street from us, she never comes out on the 4th, and when we blow stuff up, it's all in her driveway, and we go by.
Straight over to
clean
clean
it
it up. Yeah, I did the same thing for my neighbor across the street. It's common decency, and I think doing the things we can to encourage that, I think is a good way to handle this.
All right, well, I think, you got more? Sorry.
Sorry.
Go for it.
And how do we feel about changing the time? Because, 8 o'clock is a little early, even though I do enjoy going out at 8 in the morning and lighting off the loudest mortar I can find.
I mean, if you're up all night doing them, you're gonna be up early doing them?
No, just
I
the
don't know.
first, just the first time.
No, I mean, I'm a 12 to 11 kind of guy anyway, so I think if we said, hey, even if it's 11 to 11 to give 12 hours a day, I don't know if there's really a reason.
Be lighting them off that early. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't even really see it.
If it's more of you're doing it, it sounds like we have people doing it to cause a problem.
Right. Because
But,
I can.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where I'd be open to a later start time.
I think it's reasonable. I grew up having the ability to shoot off fireworks when I wanted to, and on the 4th of July specifically, that was my entire.
We're 6 a.m.
That was, as soon as mom said it was okay to start annoying her, I started blowing stuff up.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that whatever we're doing, we're not being overly restricted. We're not removing the spirit of what makes Spring Hill special.
Well, I think
So
we
I'm
look at
cautious with it.
things like, pools open at 10 typically. I mean, I think 10's a fairly fair time too, that people aren't necessarily sleeping typically at 10 a.m. But
You can
8
still
a.m.
have a
people
nice
are
quiet morning on your porch if you'd like
Yeah.
before the mortar goes off right next door.
Yeah,
I think it's reasonable.
No, so I think, we can definitely look at that next year as far as
Yeah.
time limits. A lot of these, again, we can talk about it now and then next year rolls around, like, what did we say?
Yeah.
So,
I have my notes.
oh, yeah. So we'll see kind of how that goes, but I think that's a good gist of giving, especially for me, for captain and chief to say, next year, let's plan for more enforcement. We can get that word out too. This year, we're not, it's not gonna be as much of a slap on the hand.
The
It's
most
gonna-
information we can put out as early as possible will help out a lot.
I just don't see as a whole that we have any kind of consensus from the community that they would like to stop fireworks.
No, not at all.
The only thing that I would say for anybody watching is if you do live in an apartment, villa, anything like that, contact your landlord, contact the business manager or the property manager and let them know that, you'd like signs out. Because if it's a private street, we obviously can't do anything, police can't do anything, but your property manager can, so
Well,
just contact them.
And that we are gonna beef up enforcement, and that is something that we take serious. We're gonna try and put some things into place that we have community groups that will help with cleanup if needed, and I think addressing those issues first and seeing if we can, at least, minimize the bad apples.
Just kind of thinking along those lines, I mean, we don't have a designated city location for people to shoot off. What about having a designated city location where the apartment complex, they can go light stuff off, or, so we don't have this influx of people coming in and shooting them off on the roads that they're not supposed to because they don't live there.
Yeah.
But
Chief, do you have any recommendations there, or is there anything, Spencer, that
I'm just
we-
worried about probably some legal somebody's
implications
over there and then just.
Yeah, I mean, as chief walks up, there's some risk management side of that of maybe overpacking or finding the right location that the city owns to allow people to shoot off safely that doesn't otherwise violate our state admin regs or the fireworks code. So I think that's something to explore. But I have a little bit of hesitation on telling everyone go shoot off your fireworks in this one block area.
Which we didn't have this happen here, but like where I'm from, fireworks are illegal and everything around it is illegal. So no matter where you live, you walk across the street with your box of fireworks and you do them in front of my house and there's no rules regulate outside of these are the ones you can do, and then they leave.
Right.
And so that would be a concern here that like, I think that's where Mike's getting at is if people are doing that, luckily I haven't seen them on my cul-de-sac, but I could see on a thoroughfare where somebody could be like, oh, this looks like a fairly open spot. I'm going to stop and do fireworks here and then leave. I don't know if there's a way to even minimize that at all, or we have to say you have to live near where you're shooting them off at.
Which, how could you?
That's the hard part.
Yeah. I agree with Spencer, and I also think another issue that may come up is if there's a designated spot, you may invite people from outside of the city to come here, and not that that's a bad thing, because we obviously know that friends and family invite other family and friends to come over and shoot fireworks off in the city of Spring Hill. But if you have that designated spot, it may create another problem there that we don't anticipate with others from outside of the city coming for just that purpose. So,
Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Fair.
Thank you, Capcom.
Yeah, thanks for all the info. Like I said, I don't think it's a cut and dry issue. I think there's caveats, and there may be things every year we're like, hey, this is a new thing that popped up, and how do we address it? I like your outlook of we don't want to over-regulate anything. I'm never a huge fan of that. Too much. I think there's sometimes we have to. Right. Again, it's a smaller minority of people that are upset about it, but how can we make it better for them?
Right.
Without stopping what we're doing outside of that. Again, I did think this year seemed a little bit heavier. I don't know, Adam, did you have more sales this year, or was it about the same?
It was a great year.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of great years.
Yeah.
Been in the business a long time.
Yeah, so it seems like there was more done this year than typical, but I think that's more of we just have more people, so we're going to see more of
And the 250.
The 250 was a big
serious
one.
thing for a lot of people.
Yeah, so
I have family members that still are dressed head to toe in 250 gear. They take it very seriously.
Yeah. All right. Anything else anybody wants to talk about? I think this gives us a good walking to get us to. We typically address this in what month? Like in March, April is kind of when we start talking about time frames and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Glenda, what do you think? You've been here longer.
Oh,
Amy's shaking her head. Yes, it's about March, April. Typically, we start talking about it. So when it's been a long night. So typically, yeah, I think we start taking it a lot more serious at that point, and we say, hey, these are the things we talked about last year, and take it from there.
It's time to let Rhonda.
All right, let's move on so that we can at least hear what Rhonda has to say. I don't know
to the
the
fun
process
stuff.
the 2027 budget.
I'm gonna take one for the team, people. Mayor, you guys have covered a lot of ground tonight, and you have covered a lot of heavy topics tonight. I am prepared to go forward and talk about budget. I'm also okay if you prefer to table this until the next meeting when it's not 10:45 and you've worked really hard tonight. The next meeting is the public hearing, so I will be doing a budget presentation and I can roll into it the things I was gonna cover with you tonight. We could also do it as an open forum and you have questions or something specific, or you can say, hey, table it and we'll do it next time. So I'm just looking at the time.
Could you give some highlights about what you wanted to talk about tonight?
Oh, I'm sorry, I said something wrong. You have the next meeting, the public hearing is September 10th.
Oh, then we're good.
So
Yeah,
we could cover it next time.
The only thing that I think if we have anybody who has like something pressing, I had one thing I would like
Yep.
to address only to give you some direction going into the next couple. Was there anybody else have anything? Or was there any pressing subjects you thought we needed to touch on tonight?
I think the one thing is, and I gave all of you, and if the public would like a copy, I have a number here. I gave you the copy. This is what will be in the paper. And it'll be out, I think, on Wednesday or soon. It won't have a color coding on it, but you could get questions. I don't know that you've ever, a council member has ever gotten a question. But I wanted you to have a copy of it for yourselves. And I kind of highlighted the things people might ask about, like, why is the general fund spending $4 million more this year than they did last year? And those answers are straightforward, because we budget to spend all the cash, but we don't really spend it.
Yeah.
And so we bump the budget so you have the authority to spend every penny if you need to. And so some things like that. But the big key is what's going in the paper is the same mill levy. You can approve a mill levy lower than that. You can't go above it. And I know you don't have the plan to go above it, so I'm comfortable putting it in the paper this way.
I think some quick questions I had to
Okay.
give the staff some direction. I want to get some feedback from all of you. Is I would like to address, we've been talking about for years now to have a larger reserve fund than I think is necessary. And I wanted to see where everybody else's thought is. Typically, most cities are 25 to 30% of a reserve fund of their revenue or of their total budget.
Total budget, expense budget.
Expense budget. And so what is our expense budget for 27 roughly, or 26, I guess?
You need to go by fund because the full budget is $39 million.
Yeah, so I'm
But-
talking about your general reserve fund.
Right, your general fund is about 13 million, but when you take out the cash and this and that, it's about a $9 million, 9 to 10 million, so you need,
And what do we typically try to run as, or where have we been percentage wise, or where are we at percentage wise?
our goal was about 50%, so somewhere between 30 to 50.
And where are we sitting now?
It depends on the fund. Some funds are well over that. The general fund is running, you have about 3.5 million out of 4 million that you would need. So we're getting close to that 50% mark.
So my thought is, I think we should be closer to that 30% mark. Is that something that everybody is on board with, so that we can start to look at what that extra reserve fund money is there can be used for, whether it be some larger projects that probably need to happen sooner. I'm thinking road projects need to happen sooner than later. It could go towards helping with the mill levy as needed. It can, there's different things it can go towards, but, if we're talking, we've got excise fund money, do we want to start using some of that to tackle some of these larger projects that haven't been addressed over the years?
So I'll, if you don't mind, Rhonda, I'd like to kind of voice my opinion first. So I watched Johnson County, not super close, but fairly close. And as a employee there for a lot of years, watching those conversations be had at the commissioner level, and people coming sideways at the people who are trying to keep those reserve funds at a healthy level for when things go badly, I think you kind of can look to what they're dealing with now. Spending went completely through the roof over the last couple of years under new administrations, new people, new opinions, new priorities, new plans. I don't want to put the city in a position where we can't pay for the things that we need to pay for. I love the idea of being able to pay for new things now, but our general focus has been preparing ourselves for the future and having those healthy reserve funds closer to that 50% mark. That makes me far more comfortable about the stability. If we do have an administration that comes in that's a little bit more lackadaisical with it, I would rather have, it's kind of like how Rhonda is always cautioning us about about protecting our mill levies and making sure that we're not screwing ourselves out of money long term. Right now, we're all very fiscally minded. We're being really careful, being really responsible, but that's not to say that later on down the road, trends don't shift in the other direction. And I think shifting it down to 30% now could potentially open up a lot of different interpretations of what is enough now. Would we, 20% is all we need to maintain our bond rating, why don't we just do the 20%? And I would rather keep it closer to that 50 than start inching it closer to that 20, and then someone, God forbid, all of us don't win the election, or we all choose not to run, and it's a whole new group of 6 people up here. And their priorities are just, I want to spend everything that we can because I want all these things to happen now, and then we don't have any rainy day fund. I don't want to go down that direction. I don't have an appetite.
Presentation up there.
Well, and especially coming up, with the wastewater treatment plant. I mean, when we were doing some things, we saw there was a couple years, you know, we're skating the red line and having that extra money is kind of a safeguard. So, I mean, I'm down to keep it
Yeah.
where it's at. I mean, new roads would be fantastic, but with the big projects that we have going on, whether it be the police department, city hall, you know, it'd be nice to have that, cause if we could not pull
Well, and
that
that's where
out-
I'm thinking that's where that money could go, is towards those projects where, whether it be a facility, roads, whatever. If we keep continuing to say, I wanna feel good about money I have in the bank, but now I'm paying interest because we're not using this money. That's kind of where I fall into the mindset of, can we just pay cash for some of the stuff that we need to do or are going to do, rather than continue to bond or.
So as
bonding out these projects.
as the status of the reserves go, we've been making adjustments to cash on hand and how we've been investing that over time too, right?
Yeah, so those are, yeah. and like
A lot of that money in the bank is making us money in the bank. It's not a large amount, but it's.
You're getting to a point where rates have changed, so they're not necessarily gonna be as beneficial as they were before. And a lot of that was just, hasn't been paid out yet, so we were kinda double dipping. But, that would just be something to think about in my mind. I am not the biggest fan of borrowing money when we could use it.
Fair.
Instead of,
Now, if it's like
having in there.
2 million, obviously.
well, that's what I'm saying,
We've got
yeah, our
enough.
reserves
Now,
is
if it's
probably, you're
20,
probably
we can't
talking,
just
no, you're probably
pull it
talking,
out, but-
you know, we have 4 or 5 and we're gonna spend 1 or 2 of it to, you know.
I'm open to that year in and year out, having that conversation for specific projects, but as a like directing the staff as a whole to say, I'd rather be down closer to that 30%. I just.
Well, no, I think it's okay. Are we open to this project or that project?
I would say if you have a specific project that you would really like to move, I am always open to having that conversation.
Yeah.
But I would rather not make a wide sweeping decision based on something that we
No,
don't.
I view it
we wanna do.
kind of like insurance. I mean, you have to have insurance. Why would you tote that line with liability when you can afford full coverage? And, you know, I just, even 50% seems low to me, just based on history. We don't know what future administrations are gonna do here, let alone statewide or federal. We may get into our wastewater facility 10 years down the road and they're requiring new things, so we have to change everything all over again.
Or they cut income tax, or they
Or,
cut property tax,
you know,
or something big
yeah.
happens. And all of our ability to spend is now gone because all that money has to be redirected to just stay afloat for a couple of years while we figure things out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my concern.
Can it be my turn?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
So, the mayor mentioned to me earlier this week that he had this in his mind, and so I've done some research. And I've, talked to our municipal advisor, Baker Tilly. And I said, so what if we decide to spend down some of our reserves? And I got 2 similar, responses. One was, in a growing city, you protect your cash because all kinds of things can happen. A sewer project goes sideways and you need the cash to go do, you know, that. So they want you to protect the cash. That makes sense. I also have a lot of respect for, let's pay cash for everything we possibly can. And I'll give you a couple of examples. We want to do Nichols and Hale. We want to do sidewalks on South Street. Those are going to be multi-million-dollar projects, say $3 million for each one or $2 million. I would love to see us build a reserve that we can pay cash for those. And then you do design work for those, that's probably $300,000. You pay cash for that piece and you show that you're moving that forward and we don't have to go into debt. We can build the reserve and be specific about it, have a purpose, have
I
a
think
use.
that's my biggest issue, is it's a blind reserve right now that we're saying, oh, well, our budget's this, so we wanna be 50%.
Yeah, give it 50%.
I'm just not a huge fan of just having money sit that's not, doesn't have a
And-
plan.
That's fair.
I also don't
So
think
that's kind of, I
we
guess,
need to sit on
He
it.
explained it much better than I did.
Yeah. The
That's
other
why I'm like,
piece,
I just hate that we have this money sitting here and we don't have a plan for it.
the other piece of that is I always have a plan, Mayor.
Okay.
You know, I do. The other piece of that is the risk side. And Baker Tilly said, a rating agency is going to look at what risk are you covering when you use that cash? Did you have an emergency? Did you give it to your employees? What was your risk you were mitigating by spending your cash? And then what reserves do you have to mitigate future risk? And I said to them, if we didn't spend all that money during COVID, when would we ever spend it? And they said, when FEMA will not pay. And so you have a tornado go through and you have a disaster and you need, the rating agencies want to see you're prepared for your community in a natural disaster before FEMA can step in and help you. So I think what you need me to do is, I'm hearing you, and let's come up with a plan. And I'll show you a little bit of my presentation, but today I spent some time looking at every fund and say, how much is in this fund and what's its percentage and what's our policy saying? Is it time to update our policy and some pieces like that? And I'd like to say, depending on the fund, I think we want to work in that, 25 to 50%, depending on the fund. The wastewater fund, we don't want to mess with that one. We're going to spend it. We're going to work on that cash a lot with that plant. So, but other funds, like we have the water fund that has nearly $1 million, and I want to hold it till the end of 26, and then you decide where that money goes. We have a fire fund where after we closed out our deal with the Johnson County Fire Department, they continue to pay taxes to us on a delayed program, which is natural. There's about $250,000 there. You get to decide where that goes. So we need to certainly manage our cash. You need me to come back with, one, details so you all know where you are, and then two, where do you want that to go? And I think we've done a good job of getting to the end of the year and having cash and saying, okay, let's buy a police car and let's do this program, and we move it over to capital funds so that those projects can be paid cash. We've paid, with the exception of 199th, your CARS programs, we've paid in cash the last couple of years. That's the kind of stuff I like to see us make that plan. I looked in the 26 or 27 budget, and we know that we have these development fees that the Community Development Department generates, and it's hard to predict them. You have one builder who changes their mind or one who doubles what he's going to do, and it's kind of hard to predict and then rely on it for a budget as if you're going to pay your employees with that. And so what I'm proposing is we're going to hit $3 million or so in those fees this year, my estimate, and I'm budgeting about 2.2 million for 27. And the difference that we're not using operationally, I'm suggesting that we focus at 2 projects. So it doesn't just get put in an operating budget and we spend it on people or stuff or something else. We spend it on this, I'll say the smaller projects in the CIP and get those taken care of. Or you can bank it and let's do Nichols and Hale, something like that. And so I'm putting in the budget a project line which won't be spent unless we hit those numbers and those kind of things. That's what I'd like to see us do. Yeah. Would you go forward one slide? So these are the projects on the CIP that are $300,000 and less. And so to me, we would pick from a menu like this and say, okay, our fees are looking good, let's get this done. Or we're past our budget for fees, let's get these other things done. And really focus on, one, accomplishing the things we put in a list and said we wanted to do, and then paying cash to get them done. So I feel like I need to give you some analysis and more information, and then we'll kind of make decisions more fund by fund, if it makes sense. Also, when you look at the page that I gave you, this is your authority for expenditures. So when you look at all these budgets, these funds we don't talk about very often, and I'll pick stormwater as an example. I bumped about $800,000 in the stormwater fund for 27 for projects, because we continue to get about $800,000 a year. We have a budget there to hire a person, and then the rest of that money should be spent towards stormwater projects. And so that gives you the authority to spend about $1 million on projects out of stormwater next year without amending your budget. But each of those kind of shows you the plan to spend, if you will, for each fund. So let me provide you more information before we make any decisions. But I'm hearing you loud and clear that we want to spend cash, we want to get things done. I think this council and the ones before it can take a lot of pride in the fact that we built a capital plan that some people called ridiculous, but you're accomplishing it every year, or you're altering it to say, well, we'll never do that, take it off, let's add this on. And so we're getting those things done, and a lot of it for cash.
Well, and I think it was Jacob made a really good recommendation to me earlier, was that I think it might be a good idea for us to also look at the mill levy in how it's being used. So if we say, hey, maybe we don't lower the mill as much as we were kind of planning on, but we say this much of the mill is strictly for road improvement or for the road maintenance, and we're gonna expand that. So that people know exactly what their money's going towards. Because right now, it's kind of like, this is the mill, this is everything it covers, but we don't say, if we get rid of this 0.3, we're not gonna have this. So if we can kind of identify that, it might be a good thing. So I thought that was a good idea today to talk a little bit about, okay, well, we could lower it a full mill, but we're only gonna do a half, because that other half we're gonna use strictly for road improvement projects. And then we don't lose that mill, because we don't know what the state's gonna do, but we still lower a little bit, but we have an idea. Like I said, it's all about the plan for that money, I think, more than anything else, so.
Yeah, I'm open to those conversations for sure.
Yeah, so stuff like that is what I would like to kind of look at over the next, I know it's probably a lot for the next couple weeks, but
Nope.
those are kind of just directions I'd like to see.
One of the examples I had in here tonight was, this is an accounting sort of thing that most people are not very interested in, but we budget every year for the retirement, the city's employee retirement program. And we budget for the employees that could potentially retire, and the city would have a payout to them. And for the last couple of years, we've budgeted about $58,000 a year, and this year we need to increase it to $100,000. Well, I'm gonna take that hit in '26. I'll move it to a reserve, I'll move it to a liability, because we owe that money somewhere. And then we'll stop budgeting for that, because we budget every year and then we can't spend it because somebody may choose to retire. We have to have the money there. That's $500,000. And so you were wanting $500,000. There's where I found your $500,000. And $500,000 is about $116,000. So you could say, oh, I'm good with that, but instead put that $100,000 toward the sidewalk program, or put that $100,000 into our parks plan, or wherever you'd rather do it than cut the mill.
Yeah. So is there any other topics you'd like her to work on over the next couple weeks?
No, I'm excited to see the presentation she had tonight. I think it's time to let everybody loose. It's 11 o'clock.
Actually, would you do one more for me, Amy? Now I'm gonna hold you up.
You were so tired 15
I am tired right this minute.
Going.
Right there, if you'll stop right there. There is a change I'm making. I'm concerned that when the state legislature creates their next plan, that they will say debt is excluded from the cap, because we're obligated for that debt and we have to pay it, and they can't wipe out mill levy and expect us to pay our debt.
Right.
So I'm doing a little bit of housekeeping and getting all of the debt in the debt fund. We pay over $1 million in debt out of the general fund by transferring it to the debt fund. And so I want you to be aware that on that sheet that's going in the paper, I'm reducing the general fund's mill levy and moving it over to the debt fund's mill levy, and the bottom line is still the same. No one will probably ever know that but me.
I was gonna say, it doesn't change on their tax
doesn't.
bill. It's the same.
No impact to the taxpayer, no impact to the city. It's just getting our eggs in the right basket to kind of protect them depending on what the legislature wants to do.
I love that.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now I'm done.
all right. Anything else from everybody?
I have one question for Chief. If I have no soliciting sign at my house, somebody comes in, knocks on my door, what's the process for the PD? What's the consequences for that person knocking on my door?
That if they call us, obviously, hopefully the dispatcher gets us the needed information, and then we'll go out and we'll contact the reporting party, try to find the solicitor, and determine if the reporting party wants to press charges. And if they want the person cited, then we can cite them for violation, because we'll need them to come to court to testify that this person came up in violation of their no soliciting sign. So it'll be the process.
So the reporting party would have to go to court and essentially present themselves?
Yes. I would think so. I can verify that with the city prosecutor, but, I would think that, unless we witnessed it on scene, somebody doing it, in progress, then we would need the witness to show up to testify that that is what occurred, so.
I know I do have a no soliciting sign, and that has happened to me more than a couple handfuls of times. So, like Jason had mentioned in public comment, I would be more than thrilled if we like enacted permits or something
Well, I
like that.
think-
But that's a discussion for another day.
I think that's something just over the next couple weeks, if you have anything to come up with that says we could do this or this, addressing that, you've seen in other cities, feel free to let's talk about it.
Just
But tonight's probably not the night.
I'll just give you a little history, but we used to have permits for solicitors, and then I couldn't tell you, I could find out what year, but then we went to this to where we have the rules that they have to follow. I do get calls at City Hall and let them know to go to the code book, and you can read all the, regulations that they are not able to do. And I said, if you'd like, you could even call the police department just to let them know that you're in town. They don't have to, but it's just more of a courtesy call. So sometimes I do get calls, but we do have the regulations in our code book, and they got rid of the permitting, because we do have that. But I just wanted to give you a little history on that. So we have done that in the past.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe more info on what we could do or what has worked well in other cities, since we have a lot has worked in multiple jurisdictions over the years. Outside of that, the only other one I was thinking that we could say is, I'm trying to think of whatever I can just to prolong on PJ, because he is not liking this. I'll leave it tonight. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, have a good night.